course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this beautiful morning. Let's see what's making headlines today. Nigeria's e-payment system grew by 24.4% to 295.5 trillion naira in Q1. Naira for crude model should be replicated in other sectors, says Dangote. SDP expelled El Rufai, bans ex-governor for 30 years. Cameroon's Electoral Commission bars main opposition leader from presidential race against 92-year-old Paul Biya. Tinubu honors Super Falcons with national awards of $100,000 each and houses. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where electronic payments in the country grew by 24.4% to 295.5 trillion naira year-on-year in the first quarter of 2025. According to the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, this growth marks the growing reliance on digital payment in the country, as cashless payment also grew to 295 trillion naira from 237.1 trillion naira in Q1 of 2024. Reports reveal that electronic payment channels were used 2.21 billion times in Q1, while POS terminals recorded 776.94 million usage. This figure, however, represented 2.97% of the global total of 266.2 billion transactions, placing Nigeria in the league of digital payment powerhouses such as India, Brazil, Thailand, China, and South Korea. Moving on, the founder of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has urged the federal government to replicate the successful Naira for crude model across other sectors of the economy, describing the initiative as a transformative policy that is already restoring investor confidence, stabilizing Nigeria's business environment. Dangote revealed this during a high-profile visit by the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Oduwole, to the $20 billion Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals in Dangote Fertilizer Limited in Ibeju, Lekki, Lagos. In his address, Dangote praised President Bola Tinubu for implementing policies that prioritize local industry and safeguard national economic interests. The group chairman lauded the president's directive that crude oil transactions to domestic refineries be conducted in Naira, describing it as a crucial move that aligns with the Nigeria First policy. According to Dangote, the policy has already had a stabilizing effect on the Naira to dollar exchange, creating a more predictable environment for business operations. Still on, former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El Rufai has been expelled from the Social Democratic Party known as SDP. Announcing his expulsion from the party, SDP also imposed a 30-year ban on El Rufai. SDP's National Working Committee revealed that the action was in line with the party's constitution, ideology, manifesto, principles and practices, as well as in consonance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Electoral Act pertaining to the exclusive right of a political party to determine its member. A statement by the party's spokesperson, Araba Rufus Ayeniba, however, warned members against association with El Rufai and those who don't represent its interest. To end the local news, the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission has fixed Saturday, 30th of August 2025 for the local government election in the state. This shows a shift in the date initially set by the commission, then headed by Justice Adolphus Enebeli, who had earlier fixed August 9th before Governor Siminalayi Fubara was suspended following the declaration of an emergency rule in the state. The current RSIEC chairman, Michael Ode, revealed this during the unveiling of the revised timetable for the election in the state capital in Port Harcourt on Monday. Ode says the decision to postpone the election was informed by the prevailing circumstances in the state, including constitutional provisions that empower the commission to reschedule elections in situations of crisis or potential unrest. And on the foreign scene, Cameroon's main opposition figure, Maurice Kamto, has been barred from contesting in the country's upcoming presidential election. This decision has sparked concerns over potential unrest and strengthened Expectations of another victory for incumbent President Paul Biya, who had ruled the Central African nation since 1982. The country's Electoral Commission announced the provisional list of approved candidates at a press conference on Saturday, confirming 13 names, excluding Kamto. While no explanation was given for the rejection, those disqualified have been given 2 days to file an appeal. Kamto, 71, a permanent challenger in past elections, had officially submitted his candidacy the previous week, resurfacing after he came second in the 2018 presidential election with 14% of the vote. Also, the United States President Donald Trump has presented a new shorter deadline of 10 to 12 days for Russia to agree to a ceasefire over the war in Ukraine starting from Monday. Trump revealed that there was no reason in waiting any longer as no progress towards peace had been made, as President Volodymyr Zelensky described the intervention as extremely significant. According to reports, Trump had earlier given President Vladimir Putin 50 days to end the war or Russia would face severe tariffs. Speaking at a news conference in Scotland, Trump announced he would confirm the new deadline on Monday or Tuesday, reiterating the threat to impose sanctions and secondary tariffs on Moscow. And now to sports, President Bola Tinubu has conferred the National Honor of Officer of the Order of Niger on the Super Falcons for winning Nigeria's 10th title of the Women's Africa Cup of Nations tournament in Morocco. Tinubu revealed this while hosting the players and other members of the team at the presidential villa on Monday. Also announced the award of the Naira equivalent of $100,000 to each of the 24 players. The president revealed that the victorious players would each receive a 3-bedroom apartment, as he also announced the award of the Naira equivalent of $50,000 to the technical team, commending the team for their determination and courage. To end the news, Super Falcons striker Sisat Oshoala has denied rumors suggesting plans to retire from international football after the 2025 Women's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. The 6-time African Player of the Year labeled the speculation as false and unfounded, reiterating a commitment to wearing the green and white whenever called upon. Oshoala has scored in 3 consecutive FIFA Women's World Cups, winning the CAF African Women's Footballer of the Year award 6 times since making a senior debut in 2013. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 29th.
On this day in 1904, J.R.D. Tata was born in Paris, France. He was an Indian businessman and aviation pioneer who created India's first airline and oversaw the dramatic expansion of the Tata Group, India's largest industrial empire. Tata was born into a wealthy Indian family but grew up in France, making French his first language. A childhood encounter with aviation pioneer Louis Belroy sparked his lifelong passion for aircraft. He studied in France, Japan, and England, and served a year in the French army. planning to attend Cambridge for engineering. However, in 1925, he returned to India to join the Tata family business, a major conglomerate founded by his great-grandfather in 1868. Within a year of joining the family business, Tata's father died and he became director of Tata Sons. He gave up his French citizenship in 1929 and became one of the first Indians with a commercial pilot's license. In 1932, he launched Tata Air Mail, which evolved into Tata Airlines and later Air India in 1946. At age 34, he became the youngest chairman of Tata Sons in 1938. Under his leadership, the Tata Group expanded significantly into diverse industries including steel, power, hospitality, chemicals, autos, IT, and finance. Although Air India was nationalized in 1953, Tata remained its chairman until 1978. He stepped down from Tata Sons in 1991, by which time the Tata Group's 80-plus companies were generating around $4 billion annually. Tata was an early supporter of family planning and founded the Family Planning Foundation in 1971. He received several major awards, including the Padma Vibhushan, the United Nations Population Award in 1992, and the Daniel Guggenheim Medal. In 1992, he was honored with the Bharat Ratna, India's highest civilian award. And on this day in 1989, Prince Charles and Lady Diana Spencer were married in St. Paul's Cathedral in London. It was the most talked about wedding of the year and was watched on television by millions of people worldwide. 15 years later, the couple divorced in 1996.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Ogbonna. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obejabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is Wo's recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Breakfast Show. This is the newspaper review here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course I'm joined by
Onyeka Valentine.
Right, let's see what we have on the front pages this morning. Starting off with the BusinessDay paper this morning. The big story on the BusinessDay paper this morning says, farmers dump rice as global glut slashes profit. Imports hit 10-year high. Again, on the story, it says Nigeria's trade rebounds as currency stabilizes. Another big story here says Access, Wema, Zenith, and 5 others kill CBN recapitalization hurdle. Let's start with farmers dumping rice as global glut slashes. Like if farmers are dumping rice right now, that's not good news for us because that's our staple food.
I was just going to say the same thing, but again, it just. So it goes to let anyone understand that what this seriously means is if they are looking at rice as no longer the number one priority, then what exactly is taking its place? And so if it is yam that's taking its place, right, are we even looking at this food security issue that we are facing right now? It's going to affect the yam coming in. Remember, there is a hold on foreign rice being imported to this country. So if farmers, I believe it is our farmers, not neighboring country farmers, our farmers, if they are dumping rice, is it because they see that, the harvesting or the production of rice is far more expensive than what they're getting?
Apparently, other products, other crops right now are more profitable, as against rice. So that's the reason for
why.
This dump.
So which means what we are looking at that might happen will mean more people will want to go import rice. And so if we cannot buy the rice at the normal price when the importers bring it in, they'll probably settle for any other type of rice. That might now encourage smuggling. Again, this is where we hope our customs will be high on alert, on alert to make sure that not any kind of, food comes into the country. Again, at the end of the day, if the farmers are now saying that they cannot continue like this, is that ringing a bell? is it a sign that the federal government should now say, wait a minute, where can we subsidize? Wait a minute, where can we help? If already we're helping, are we doing enough?
But if we're being frank though, I think the rice market in Nigeria has never been so big, if we're being honest, compared to other crops, because we've always preferred the imported rice. If we're being honest, I'm trying to be very 100%, yeah. We've always most people have always imported rice, and you find that the native rice, there is a little
there's tendency to have stones.
Yeah,
and
the stones. They talk about the smell. Although now there are people that are making the homegrown rice, and they're saying that, you know what, we're not going to get any smell here. That it's in the processing process. The process of processing that they that smell that people talk about is not actually the rice. It's the water when they're processing. So they leave the water, and then it stays for too long, and then that's what makes it smell. So there are new set of people that are making rice, homegrown rice, and they're saying, you know what, that smell thing, there's nothing like that for us. But how many of these people, people will just, at the end of the day, people still find it easier to just import rice, however expensive it is. Although now in the market, when you go to the market, I go to the market a lot. When you go to the market, they will say to you that, oh, don't deceive yourself. Oh, all this rice that you are buying, that you're calling that you're calling imported, are not imported.
They're actually local.
Yes, they're actually local. Yes, because the last time I went to the market, even with a friend of mine who is she's into, she buys stuff for people, food stuff for people. So she was telling me, Liz, don't deceive yourself, because I was particular about my brand of rice. So she's like, Liz, all this rice that you are
buy them and
they
rebag them.
Yes, they are just bad. So that's another conversation for another day. Because I'm saying, okay, if that's it, because this, if you're saying this and this rice is this good, and it's made in Nigeria, but they're just rebagging it
because
into
of
this
the brand name.
Yeah, because of this, then that means we have a market here.
There is a market.
Do you understand? Because I'm like, so that means there's a market, because this rice is good. It can stand side by side the imported one in that case. So
I mean, just to add to what you've said, because I totally agree with you. If you look at it, if we actually can produce rice at that quantum and then find a way to sell to people within the country, if the challenge is the rice doesn't have a good brand, so let's look at that angle now and say, do we do what we call a rice production documentary to now say, where does government come in? Have we trust this brand? How can we create trust over brands? Because when I say trust over brands, in other words, how can we create a trust, have a mission so that people can trust those brands? Because when you trust those brands, there are local brands, we begin to be far more relaxed. We'll not have to worry about people trying to go and rebag and have, secondary thoughts, which might now make the end consumer worry if everything we buy is, rebagged, and how can we trust it? Is it NAFDAC approved and all these other things? Let them just come out and say, look, you know what? Federal government creates some form of PPP, right? Public partnership, and deal with them. And now say, instead of you guys going behind to rebag, let us check your rice. Let us look at it and say, okay, fine. Is this good to go? If this is good to go, then we will now have to get the right regulators, create a trust around your brand, and tell people, look, consumers, Nigerians, we now have trust these several brands. In other words, MAN, that's manufacturing, what's it called again?
Manufacturers Association of
Nigeria will come in and say, look, we are now in partnership with SON also, which is Standard Organization of Nigeria, I think that's what they're called, and say, look, federal government has charged us with the responsibility to look into this rice production so that we will no longer have them going to do this thing behind in shady corners. Come out to the open. Let's test your rice. Let's verify and certify this rice, is worthy of consumption. And then we'll create a brand around the rice. It's Nigerian rice. Brand it properly so that we can consume our own. And mind you, there's a market. And because we're a business TV, we always follow where the money is going. And the business for agriculture and rice production and harvesting, everything that's surrounding rice, is a big business. Especially now that the bag of rice is getting higher and higher. It's a big business. So we want to be able to say, instead of having them produce this rice in shady corners, come out to open. Let's partner with them. Where they have challenges, let's help them, right? Because the truth of the matter is that it will never go away anytime soon. Having regulators to go and clamp them down, you're only wasting your time because they will still come in one way or the other. Now, they don't have brand name because they don't have proper marketing strategy. So they go and look for big brands already who have established their names in India or different countries, take bags and print the name on top and put our own local rice. And so what we're simply doing is that and if we eat the rice, oh, this rice tastes nice. Where's it from? It's from a certain country because of the brand. Oh, nice. What we're doing is we're promoting that country's brand. Meanwhile, the content is our content. So this is where we need to be, each and every one of us, patriotic in our sense of thinking to now say, how do we market Nigeria well? How do we look inwards and say, enough is enough to stop criticizing? I'm not saying we shouldn't criticize. I mean, constructive criticism is okay. But at some point, we want to say, if this was produced in Nigeria, let us brand it properly and be proud of our own. You know, so far, I think that's well. And then another thing that we should also look at, if farmers are now saying that there's a tendency that might boycott rice and go to other food production that will enable them save money, government come in, subsidize, help them out. What is their challenges? Is the challenges are they facing that insecurity issue? If that's the problem, let's begin to talk about it, which obviously is a big issue. So, the food basket of the nation, is it failing? What are we doing to save it? Because we cannot continue buying, depending on everything foreign. At some point, our economy might collapse, and we don't want to see that. Instead of we just, learning our tongues and wagging about it, talking about it, it is time to now say, federal government, reach out properly. If you've done so, intensify. Let us see, the reports. Let us see the reviews. Let us understand properly. You see, during the show, industry focus, we spoke about agriculture. We narrowed it down to agribusiness. Agribusiness is key. There's a difference between being into agriculture and then agribusiness, because agribusiness means you understand the dynamics, how the business should run. Where you have shortcomings, you're there to partner with the right agencies to help you. Then if you overshoot your budget and you need some money, you know who to go to, where we can subsidize. Let banks relax with those terms of theirs so that people can be able to go and borrow money. Let banks reach out to all these farmers. I know they're doing that already, but let us have more of these partnerships. So this way, our local farmers and the farming industry will not collapse. After all, if oil disappears today, what do we lean on?
Big question right there. But let's move to the Punch paper this morning and see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. Interesting. Electricity Act Amendment Bill.
Right.
Says FG, which is the federal government, may sell 11 discos to new investors. NERC, which is the Nigerian National Electricity Regulatory Commission, to enforce discos recapitalization and reprivatization. Amendment bill advances at NAS, National Assembly. Again, on the top side of the Punch paper this morning, it says APC kicks as opposition back single-day polls. And then on page ahead of the 2027 elections, and on page 36 says federal government launches crackdown on MDAs after 300% surge in impressed claims. And on page 36 of the paper, still on page 36, it says U.S. birth tourism crackdown sparks Nigerian hospital reform calls. I want to say loving this, but let me hold on to my thoughts. On page 24, it says Lassa fever death toll rises to 152 amid 811 cases. And on page 7 of the Punch, still on the Punch paper this morning, states versus discos, new electricity law unleashes widespread crisis. I mean, this is off the back of moving from a federal regulated electricity act to the state regulated electricity act. Obviously, it's showing some of the flaws there. The good sides to state, state being running their own electricity, but then obviously we're also seeing the cracks from
Most definitely
from that. And then on page 36 says GAC in turmoil as faction moves to sack Lagos APC chairman. And on page 4 and 5, cheating. Ondo girl nabbed for stabbing boyfriend to death. Look, this cases of love and all the other 4-letter words, which is hate. There's just a thin line between love and hate. And then on page 20, it says nurses strike to hit hospitals nationwide on Wednesday, which is tomorrow. Not a good look at all.
Well, I mean, if you look at the list of stories, the one that hits home the most is no one should take another person's life, on any premise at all for any reason. And you see, like you said, these two words with 4 letters each, love and hate, it's a thin line. But again, we always say, look, love is not for the premature. I used to keep using this word. If you're premature and you're not mature enough, love is not for you. Now, it all depends on the kind of love we're talking about here. Most definitely.
Killing someone.
So what happens normally with this kind of issue, if you look at it, first and foremost, I mean, can't be any excuse for her. We don't really know the backstory, right? So we wouldn't come and judge quickly. But, I mean, a life has been taken. And if I was a judge in the matter, right, she'll be most definitely, remanded in custody first. Before we now look into the matter and look at it very well. Was it premeditated? Or was it based on self-defense? The court has a way of, interpreting these things and interpreting it very well. However, we always say, look, and there's a saying that goes this way: before you act, think. Before you act, think. Because when you give your answer when you are angry, you are reacting. But when you give your answer after you've thought about it, you respond. These are very important things. And then this issue of love and dating and marriage, for those who are counselors, those who are professional in those areas, they will tell you, don't be quick to make decisions. Even if you walk into a room and see your spouse or someone else, don't make quick decisions. You never know what's going on. We've heard stories where a man beat his wife to almost killing her or something, then realized, because he caught her with somebody, then realized that, wait a minute, what really happened was, she was being blackmailed by someone who wanted to sack her own husband from work. And so the only way was to either sleep with this person or your husband is going to lose his job. But he didn't know all this. So what I'm trying to say is, don't be quick to judge, right? Talking about stabbing someone to death. You never know what has really happened. But again, nothing should warrant anyone to take a knife and stab anyone. Again, there could be some psychological thing going there. Some people, what's the word again? 100% in, they don't really have a back door. And it's important we always tell people, look, have a back door. Back door, I mean to say, protect yourself, really. You must love yourself so much so you can actually know how to love someone else. If you don't love yourself, how can you love someone else? Right? Because this thing they call love, truly speaking, there's a chemistry going on in the brain. When you feel as if you're connected with the person, there's a chemistry that comes there. A lot of people marry for different reasons. Some for security reasons. Other people marry for status. Some marry for, for peer pressure. So you never know what has built before now, right? Even if there's been some level of brutality in the marriage or union that now led to the killing of the young man or boyfriend or whoever it is, it still boils down to one thing. Protect your thoughts and don't be quick to judge and jump into conclusion. Not to respond and not react.
Right. But let's move to the other story on the front page. The big stories here, obviously. Federal government may sell 11 discos to new investors. This might look like...
Isn't that worrisome?
Or maybe there's also a good side to it. So if they're selling to 11 discos to new investors, maybe this will also better the electricity situation in Nigeria.
I will agree with you, because if you look at it, sometimes, again, it could just be color bluff.
Because you spoke about public-private partnerships, so this might also be a good...
And then the federal government has spoken over and over again. Step up on your, on your responsibility. They are saying, federal government, give us that which we need so that we can deliver properly. So, again, the federal government has a knife. The federal government has the, they have the tray, they have the yam. So they detect, and they they sit back to dictate which piece you get. And if you look at it closely, the discourse on your own, right? We're having how many? 11. Now we don't even know, what's going on behind closed doors. But give and take, it's not the first time we've heard some reforms around the power sector, some reforms around the electricity sector, especially electricity sector. But it's not the first time. It's not going to be the last. I mean, remember the days of NEPA, right? Some people just said, look, NEPA is still there. They just had a different name, and the TCN came, and distribution companies and all that stuff. But give and take, right? If federal government wants to sell 11 discos, and they're considering, right? Security Act, amendment bill, FG may sell. So they haven't made up their mind yet. So may sell could actually have the discos on their feet to deliver. So you're now put on a spot where if you don't deliver, be rest assured that we will have to, liquidate you. The same thing has happened in the finance world. They tell some banks, look, meet up this, that. Central bank put them on the spot. Meet up this, meet up that. Otherwise, you have to merge. And most banks know that merging for them will, might not necessarily be in their interest, and then we see this over and over again. So if a government wants to sell 11 discos and they say they may, it could just be another strategy to have them, right, be more effective.
Okay. In that case, U.S. birth tourism crackdown sparks Nigerian hospital reform calls. I think that it might be sad for people that like this, like we call it birth tourism, people that have to go abroad to have their children and all of that. So they can become citizens. This is also a time, just like this story, right? This is a time for us to do all the reform that needs to be done in Nigeria, because we don't necessarily need to go have our children abroad. I mean, there's that craze to want to give your children an American citizenship and a UK citizenship and the likes. But I think beyond our hospitals, this also calls for reform in every area, all the sectors in Nigeria, so that you're proud to be a Nigerian citizen. You're not thinking that I don't see a US citizen trying to come to Nigeria to have their children in Nigeria because they want them to have a Nigerian citizenship. But it's the other way around.
The other day I was listening to a certain radio station, and then I was quite intrigued with what they were discussing. They were talking about how most countries who don't really have, natural resources actually are bold enough to come to Nigeria, and then they waive their passports for sale. Some of those passports go as far as almost 100 million naira to become citizens. So you begin to wonder, and Nigerians who have the money are buying these things. I ask myself a question. If we are quick to jump into another country because we want to become a citizen, to go have your children there, doesn't that tell us something? Doesn't that make us understand that back home here, something is not going on properly? No one wants to have his or her generation yet unborn go through what they are going through right now. However,
so you want to take them to a place where it seems like there's opportunity for a better life.
But then again, in doing that, remember, like they always say, I don't know if you ever watched Little Mermaid. There's a song that goes this way: the seaweed is always greener in somebody else's lake. So look, the grass always looks greener in your neighbor's yard until you go there.
Until you go there.
When you reach there, you now realize, wait a minute, is this the same United States? People actually living under the bridges.
In the fact that there's no place like home.
Again,
I'm a firm believer in that, because home is where you can do what you want. You know how we always, I like that you sang that song of the seaweed is always greener in somebody else's lake. The grass is always greener on the other side till you try to walk in their shoes. I never look to walk in anyone's shoes, because I just look to, I admire and I commend it. I pick one or two things, but I try to walk in my own shoes, because you don't know,
never know.
You don't, like the king, the heavy is the head that wears the crown. So, when we're bringing it back to the conversation, the grass is always greener on the other side till you try to also make your own grass green enough. That's
what I was heading to now.
That's the more important thing.
So I think, for what it's worth, Yes, we have insecurity issues. Yes, we have food security issues. Yes, we have epileptic power supply. Yes, we have our politicians who are not straightforward sometimes. Yes, we have all these problems facing us. But let's look at it properly. These are not natural disasters. They are man-made. So if they are man-made, which means they can be corrected. What we need, I keep on saying it, maybe it could come from a democratic dispensation, maybe it could come from a different kind of leadership, right? Whichever it is. But we need a marshal.
But the problem is beyond the marshal. I think we have a systemic.
So that's the thing now. So if our president,
one person can't do it.
Yes, he can't, because by the time he pass one law alone, it's going to pass through different moves here from the Senate to this to that. At the end of the day, time is being wasted. You realize that people are not actually getting the effect of leadership. So by the time it gets to the tail end, it becomes weak. It has lost its momentum. So the people who are supposed to benefit just lose hope.
You know, I'm a very, you would agree that I'm a very optimistic person, but when it comes to Nigeria and this systemic issue, I think we have a long way. I don't even know if these corrections will ever be done even in my own generation.
So this is the thing now. Speaking about generation, right? I mean, while we're growing up, if you remember, the light goes off, you hear, oh, NEPA. Light comes, they say, oh, up NEPA. It has enshrined that thing in the minds of Nigerians, where even though we now know NEPA is not in charge of those things, when light goes off, you will say,
even
oh,
the
NEPA.
the small children now that didn't ever beat NEPA.
They
still say NEPA.
Exactly. So it has now become like a ballad.
Yes.
Right? But however, that shouldn't be like that. So for us to change the status quo, some heads have to roll. This is a tough decision for leadership.
I think this is where you come in.
Well, I mean, so I'm a no nonsense guy. But if, for instance, I was the president of Nigeria, I'll make it very clear first and foremost. Those who call themselves my family around me, right? I'll make it clear. Do not steal money. Because if you steal money, I'll jail you. I'll have you go to prison. Why? Because if you must put your foot down to make the country better, you must start from your home. Right?
Charity begins at
exactly. Which is why when we had the story of Wike and his son about the land, taking them back and forth, even though we didn't see the end of that story, right? I was like, look, it's an opportunity for you to come up and clarify properly. And even though at that, leadership, truly speaking, is I will do it, you watch me. We do it together. Then I leave you, you do it. I'm not afraid for you to take control. The good thing is that take control and get the job done. Nigeria is a very vast country with different ethnic groups. And it is only going to pay us more if we decide to say, look, give and take, there's no plan B. This is the only country we have. We don't have another boys' quarter Nigeria. Exactly. This is the only country. So for us to deal with this issue of Nigerians living, there's brain drain, going out there to go and give birth to your children because you want them to have citizenship. For us to solve that, we must look inwards.
And I think this is where this is why I commend presidents like President Paul Kagame of Rwanda.
Of course.
Because that man is ruthless. You look at what he's doing right now also in Rwanda. You know that he's banning thrift clothing.
You wouldn't blame
because he wants them to grow their fashion industry within. And I think that honestly, so my empathy is to people who buy thrift items and all of that, but I think this is it's a good thing, when you talk about that, because that's a way to actually build our local content. And this is also the point where we are not going to be seeing one Akonke dress for 250,000, because if we are talking about growing our local content, then we also have to think about the person on the street that they can afford to buy, because the reason why thrifted items are being bought is because they appear to be cheaper. Do you understand? But we don't want to. We also don't want our country to become a waste ground for the items that you're no longer using. But speaking of reform, let's also talk about this story still on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. It says nurses strike to hit hospitals nationwide on Wednesday. When we're talking about reforms, you talked about how it could also affect people, because if nurses have to strike, you know that there are people that are going to be affected, and it's tomorrow.
Again, see, so. Can you just imagine what will happen if people who are on life support, if people who are on some kind of, so they need nurses' attention every second. Imagine if all the nurses join this morning strike tomorrow, which means you have people who normally wouldn't die, might die out of this kind of thing. Not because they neglect their work, but because they are going on strike. And because their welfare, which is a good reason to go on strike, is not being looked into properly. So I appreciate the fact that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, gave gave money to our ladies that won the Super Falcons. I understand that it's good to appreciate them, right? But let's also remember this, that if our healthcare system is not to write home about, I assure you, we will have no Super Falcons. Because people who can't afford to come from abroad to come and join the team, who actually live here in this country, right? And other staffs, when they fall sick and they go to hospital and there are no nurses or doctors to attend to them, what happens? Are they going to come to work? How are they going to come to work? What I'm trying to say is that the health sector is so important. I'm not saying that it's not good to, it's not bad to celebrate when we win this kind of great trophy. It's good. I like the way he responded, gave them hope. It's kind of thing I want to see in all sectors. The way and manner he immediately, they did a video call, he received them, they had a dinner and everything, and gave each of them $100,000
That's
right?
a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
And 3-bedroom apartment.
Exactly. As way of saying well done. I believe that such energy should be, channeled into our healthcare. Once a month, say, look, we want to have 100, nurses be given maybe once a year award for excellence, right? 100 doctors award for excellence.
And let's
like
not
that.
just make it awards. Let's also monetize
Money,
these
of
awards.
course.
There's
When I
one
say
thing
award,
to take awards
yes.
and then just stack it
No,
up.
it must come with some form of incentive. Money, housing. The more we carry out this kind of incentive-driven, campaign, because we have that money. The money's there. But when we channel it into areas that are very important, guess what? End of the day, it will motivate them. It's a way of motivating these people to work even harder.
Okay, and speaking of motivation, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning. The silver spoon motivation is also going on there in the cartoon of the day this morning. I'm sure you've been seeing the conversations on social media, talking about silver spoon babies, the nepo babies and the lapo babies. So yeah, there is that cartoon there. It says, "This is your reward for voting for me. I promise that you will start using it if you re-elect me." And then you see that person, which can be a lapo baby, which is the common man that doesn't have anything to eat, just literally by the side of a waste bin, looking starry-eyed at the cutlery, the silver spoon, and thinking, oh, this could actually be mine. And it goes back to the stomach infrastructure that continues every single time we have elections. People just, you just come with these promises of a good life, promises of a silver spoon, and you see that person, abject poverty, like that person is clearly living in penury and is looking at it wistfully. You can tell that most likely he will listen to these sweet words coming from this politician.
And the funny thing, you see, there's one thing giving a poor person golden cutlery or silver cutlery, but where's the food?
Well, maybe the promise is that you can sell the cutlery now. Give me silver, then obviously you can make money from it. But it's really sad because it's a sad reality of what happens. Every time during the elections, I'm not. This is not a call out or anything, but I'm a very, very firm believer in sustainable philanthropy. I see every time during elections, and I see people selling their birthright. That's what I call it, because you just see people, they would just give them, Mama Fuwani 1,000 naira, Mama Fuwa lonje, and you just see that it just goes back to the story in the Bible, Esau, and just selling your birthright for just pottage. After eating that moment, what happens? The people that truly care about you are the people that show you how to make more money. Are the people that show you how, put you on to opportunities
And
that
not
will
just give you
teach you.
fish.
But unfortunately, I don't know, maybe it's the poverty that has blinded people, and they will just forget everything, and it's that food that matters, and the next day they are heading to the polling unit to go and vote that person. And the person that tells you, oh, but I'll be built school,
And that's it now. So at the end of the day, no food in the stomach, how would they even learn? I mean, again, most of the time, as much as we have some terrible leaders, right? Now, when I say terrible leaders, it could be in your community, right? Leadership is all about taking responsibility, right? So, I mean, this is an opportunity for us to talk to those who are in leadership positions across board. It also has to do with the follower too. A politician might come and say, okay, that XYZ will be given to you. XYZ I promise to make available.
Right.
But as a follower, or rather someone who's supposed to cast a vote, you've seen this back and forth before, you know how it's going to turn out. Right? Like they always say, shine your eyes.
Okay, well, we gotta go now. This is where we leave it today on the newspaper review here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. But up next is the Business Morning. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
morning and welcome to Business Morning here on Business Day TV. I am Destiny Momo. Thank you for starting your day with us. Now let's move to the first conversation for today. We turn our attention to a significant development in Nigeria's education and financial sectors, as the federal government has unveiled a 10 million naira loan scheme aimed at providing financial support for staff of universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education. This initiative, launched under the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, seeks to ease the financial burden on academic and non-academic staff, enabling them access sizable funds for housing, personal development, or emergency needs at presumably favorable terms. But what are the eligibility requirements? What's the interest rate? And how accessible is this for the average lecturer or administrator? And most importantly, is this a sustainable move or just another policy on paper? Before we bring our guests in, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us here on Business Morning.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 29th.
On this day in 1904, J.R.D. Tata was born in Paris, France. He was an Indian businessman and aviation pioneer who created India's first airline and oversaw the dramatic expansion of the Tata Group, India's largest industrial empire. Tata was born into a wealthy Indian family but grew up in France, making French his first language. A childhood encounter with aviation pioneer Louis Belroy sparked his lifelong passion for aircraft. He studied in France, Japan, and England, and served a year in the French army, planning to attend Cambridge for engineering. However, in 1925, he returned to India to join the Tata family business, a major conglomerate founded by his great-grandfather in 1868. Within a year of joining the family business, Tata's father died, and he became director of Tata Sons. He gave up his French citizenship in 1929 and became one of the first Indians with a commercial pilot's license.
You're welcome back to Business Money here on Business Day TV. Before the break, we talked about talking about the financial institutions, university, polytechnic finances. But before we go on that move, let's deviate a little bit into fintech. Now, in the past years, entrepreneurs and individuals have struggled with accessing financial services because of challenges in the traditional banking sector. Remember the long waits you endured to open your first bank account. You had to queue for days, remember? Now, even after opening an account, you likely face challenges over failure to make instant payments. You even had to spend time in the lines again to address failed transaction issues. Also, financial services remained limited since not everyone had easy access to an account. But today, however, these challenges are becoming a thing of the past, thanks to the increase in fintech companies in Nigeria. With mobile banking, digital payments, and other innovations, Nigerian fintechs extend financial services to previously underserved communities, thus driving financial inclusion. Now, joining us unravel this reality is Mr. Dotun Adekunle. He's currently a Chief Operating Officer and Chief Technology Officer at OPay in Nigeria. Good morning, Mr. Dotun.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here this morning.
We appreciate your joining us in Business Morning this morning. Now, very quickly, how have fintech startups disrupted the traditional banking model in Nigeria and also globally?
All right, thanks a lot. I think that the primary ways in which we see that fintechs have disrupted banking or traditional banking in Nigeria and globally is first by when we look at unbundling. Fintechs have unbundled banking. Instead of just having one big institution that does everything, we have specialized fintechs that offer seamless retail services, whether it's in the area of payments alone or savings alone or lending or insurance. So lots of specialized fintech services addressing particular needs within the society is what you have. Apart from the unbundling issue, you also have that fintechs have been able to reach whether it's on unbanked populations or underbanked populations within different ecosystems across not just Nigeria, across the globe. And finally, what you also have fintechs that have achieved is that globally they've redefined what speed is, they've redefined what convenience is, and they've redefined what personalization is. So that instead of just banking services don't do general for everybody, fintechs have been able to provide personalized, individualized, hyper-localized services to individuals, consumers, and merchants across Nigeria and across the globe.
Wow. So now, in what ways are fintechs outperforming traditional banks in terms of customer acquisition and also retention?
Thanks again. I think that for most fintechs, they're a digital first organization. So that area of digitization, whether it's in customer onboarding, whether it's in support, whether it's in offering of services, these are ways in which fintechs have outperformed the traditional banks. Where you have to go to a traditional bank and fill a form or queue on the line, those processes are different from what you have in a fintech, where you can just download an app or dial a USSD code and you are able to get your banking or your wallet account opened immediately. So this is very appealing to the modern generation, especially the digital natives, right? Millennials and Gen Z. They want as low as possible friction when it comes to onboarding or support. And then fintechs also have all those gamified experiences that you have on their apps. So these ways, in terms of digitization, is one way that fintechs have done better than banks. Second way is also in addressing localized communities. So the bank branches are not enough to serve most communities across Nigeria, but you then have fintechs agents using agency banking to get into the nooks and crannies of society. So in Maiduguri, you have them. In Interland, in Oshogbo, or whatever it is, you always have fintech agents being available in the local communities of individuals across the country.
All right, so do you see fintechs as a threat or a complement to the traditional banking ecosystem? And if so, why?
I do not see fintechs as a threat. I think that it's fintechs have brought service that either to the original or traditional banks could not bring to the table. And so one of the things that we say at OPay, for instance, is that we are collaborating with banks and we're not competing. So even the fintechs themselves, depend on the services of the bank to offer services to the customers and the merchants in the field. So the fintechs are no threat. They will take some areas of service away from the banks, but the banks are not threatened. They will just move into another area or focus on bigger areas that fintechs cannot address.
Now, talking about the adoption of AI technology, the blockchain and mobile payments have really helped fintechs gain market dominance over traditional banks. Do you think so?
Absolutely. Just because fintechs are more nimble, they are more agile, they're able to respond faster, to develop faster, to evolve faster. They've been able to adopt some of the newer technologies because they don't have the traditional bureaucracies that you have in organizational banks. They've been able to adopt AI and modern technology to enhance fraud detection, credit scoring when you're doing lending, personalized engagements to improve the user experience, and things like blockchain. Blockchain has allowed fintechs to also be able to do decentralized finance, where the transactions are immutable, they are low cost, they are instant across border and within country, and things like that. So yes, adoption of new technologies have gone a long way to empower fintechs over the traditional organizations.
So true. Now, what role does user experience and mobile first design, what role do they play in fintechs growing popularity compared to conventional banking apps?
A massive one, a massive one. For digital natives especially, right? Okay. Poor design means distrust. Fintechs often offer cleaner, responsive interfaces. They offer quicker onboarding. They offer instant feedback, and they offer kind of more human-centered flows that traditional banking apps or web applications do not offer. These often feel a little bit more clunky and transactional, while fintechs tend to have things that are in your face. They are there, they understand the nuances. Take OPE's features around not being able to transact above a certain threshold, or the common mistakes that people make transacting to the wrong number. Those kind of things are things that fintechs have done in adapting to the needs of consumers across board.
Talking about regulatory landscape, what regulatory challenges do fintechs face that traditional banks have traditionally navigated with ease?
I think that for in Nigeria especially, there is some complexity around licenses. Okay. So while for banks, you're either a commercial bank, a merchant bank, or you're a microfinance bank. What you have is that there are different types of licenses that can do different kind of segmented services. So fintechs definitely have to navigate, do I get a switching license? Do I get a mobile money license? Do I get a PSB license? Do I get a PSSP license? And what services can I offer with one or two of this? And many times fintechs have to get a combination of licenses before they're able to operate. Unlike a bank, we just that once you have a banking license, you have a plethora of services that you can offer to the customer. So there is that licensing complexity. Apart from that, there is also the issue of capital requirement, right? Okay. The fintechs do not have the vaults, the financial vaults that the traditional banks do have. So they can't match their balance sheets, and so they have to be nimble, they have to be agile, and at the same time have to be very, very efficient in how they utilize their resources. Thirdly, maybe in the area of compliance, right? A lot of fintechs are not yet they don't have the bureaucratic structures, and so sometimes they also lack the compliance level, the governance levels that traditional banks do have. But we've seen that the CBN has done a lot of efforts in the last few months to about a year to improve compliance governance across fintechs in Nigeria.
All right, so now our current financial regulations in Nigeria or globally, are they favoring fintech innovations, or are they playing catch up with the pace of disruption?
I think the central bank in Nigeria has done well. They've been playing catch up better than most other central banks across Africa. I've spoken to a number of them. And they say, oh, your regulators will engage you, they listen to you. They have fora where you can contribute. But of course, innovation will always precede regulation. There's no way that we can stop that. So, but the regulators in Nigeria are making strides. Some of the things that they've done, like new licenses, like the PSB licenses, creating a sandbox environment, are things that have helped to see that things go forward in Nigeria. Open banking are some of the things that the central bank in Nigeria has done. There are areas, of course, where we think that the regulation needs to catch up, especially when it comes to the area of blockchain or crypto assets or digital assets across board. But by and large, I think Nigeria, in comparison with the rest of Africa, has done well. But innovation will always precede regulation.
All right, so before we conclude, what shifting customer expectations are fintechs capitalizing on that traditional banks have failed to really adapt to?
I think that the biggest thing that has allowed a lot of fintechs in Nigeria to gain traction has been the issue of availability, right? Service availability, reliability. It was almost normal for you to have a failed transaction with your banking app or with your banking service. It was almost normal for you to be delayed before your money is returned if you had a failed withdrawal at an ATM. It was almost normal for service not to be available, and Nigerians were okay with it. But when fintechs came on board and began to have that 24/7 availability where service is almost never disrupted, that created a move, especially in the retail side, of a lot of customers shifting their retail transactions to fintechs and leaving their larger transactions with the bank. So availability is one point. Of course, there's also the area of personalization and control. Hyper-localized apps that fit into the lifestyle of individuals, that answer their daily stuff, their daily requirements, are things that have shaped customer expectations, and fintechs are cashing in on that across the divide. There are several other things, but I think I can stop at that too.
All right, now, in conclusion, what gaps in Nigeria's banking system have fintechs feel that banks failed to address for decades?
So when you look at financial inclusion, agency banking, and banking the unbanked, you find that most fintechs have played better, have fared better than the traditional institutions. Fintechs have reached rural and underserved populations through agent networks and mobile wallets. A lot of people are opening their very first financial service through a fintech and not through a bank. Also, in the area of microcredit, most banks are not able to offer credit to certain people within certain segments of the economy because, they don't have a history, they don't know you, and things like that. And fintechs have been able to address this. Also, youth banking. Most of youths who are digital natives, students, NYC members, and things like that, people who are on campuses, have been able to adopt fintech solutions rather than banking solutions. And then for SMEs, especially, you also have fintechs playing stronger. Traditional banks are able to go to the enterprise and large corporates, but then fintechs have been able to address SMEs with tools, bookkeeping, invoicing, payments, whether it's local payments or FX payments and things like that. And these are some of the services that we as OP have also done.
I'm sure Nigerians will really appreciate your fintech for making it easy for a lot of them. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Dotun. We've been talking to Mr. Dotun Adekunle. He is currently a Chief Operating Officer and Chief Technology Officer, OPay in Nigeria. Thank you for joining us. We'll go on a short break. When we come back, we will be talking and addressing financial issues in higher institutions. Stay with us. Still Business Morning.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business, in Nigeria. Start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome back to Business Morning here on Business Day TV. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today. We turn our attention to a significant development in Nigeria's education and financial sectors. The federal government has unveiled a 10 million naira loan scheme aimed at providing financial support for staff of universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education. This initiative, launched under the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, seeks to ease the financial burden on academic and non-academic staff, enabling them access sizable funds for housing, personal development, or emergency needs at presumably favorable terms. But what are the eligibility requirements? What's the interest rate? How accessible is this for the average lecturer or even administrator? And most importantly, is this a sustainable move or just another policy on paper? Joining us this morning to break it all down is Comrade Adeyemi Samson. He is the National Associate of Nigerian Students and the National PRO. Good morning, Comrade Samson.
Good morning, ma.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now, very quickly, what are the strategic objectives? What are the strategic objectives behind the 10 million naira loan scheme for tertiary education staff?
Thank you very much. This loan was announced on the 27th of this month, July, that's about 2 or 3 days ago. And one of the major objectives of this loan is to ensure that academic staffs and non-academic staffs of tertiary institutions in Nigeria can also be able to be benefits to have access to loans from the federal government. For example, the students are enjoying what we could call NEL fund today. And also, when we look at the educational sector of the country, in any nation, it's not just comprising of the students alone. It comprises of both the students and the staffs. And in this essence, there's need for also to ensure that staffs who are putting their best into ensuring that the lecture, they push them through the academic journey in any institutions in Nigeria are also be motivated and also have plans for them. And this is a good initiative for coming on board. And it is very, very commendable that the government could think outside the box and realize that truly, aside salaries and the jobs lecturers and staffs are doing, they can also go into petty farmings and poultry works. And this can also be done outside their salary by having access to loan. And this loan itself, at least 10 million, something that is not, is something that can cater for such kind of a farming, either poultry, livestock, or cash crop, or whatsoever. It's something that we believe that will also motivate lecturers, it will motivate staffs, and it will also curb little petty corruptions and little bribery in the academic sectors. You know, there are little issues of signing one document or the other, whereby a student want to do some clearance and they will be asked to tip some staffs and likes. We believe that this will keep such kind of abnormal practices away from institutions whereby staffs of the universities also are having opportunity to expand and also to have a good livelihood. So
True.
Thank you.
True. Now, what is the funding source for this scheme, and how sustainable do you think it is in the long term?
Oh, thank you very much. We just have to be proactive and be hopeful and have the belief in the government to really want something to work out. Then we also have to give the confidence in it and have the belief. When the Delford come on board, there was a lot of doubts from every year and there that it is not possible. But today, I'm sure, as at yesterday, I think already that the 2025-2026 academic section portal for loan application is open already. So that is the second year already that we are running into. So it shows that the progress of Delford, despite the large number of students in Nigeria, will give us a reason that truly this loan also can work. And the way we look at it, it has been put under the Bank of Agriculture, that's the BOA, to facilitate this loan because it's under agricultural process. So it's something that we believe that the method of this will also be much well adequated, because if we look at it, the number of staffs that we have in tertiary institutions is not up to 30 or 40% of students we have in Nigeria. Okay. So if Delford can conveniently accommodate students in Nigeria, then definitely we should be able to find, the government should be able to find a way to manage, what was it called? This loan under the BOA. And we know BOA has been in the system for a while now, and they should be able to adequately handle it and be able to ensure that it moves on and there is hope for Nigerians, even beyond this government. Please just hope that even after this government, there will continue of something of such nature. And these are things that we believe that can really work if there are initiatives that the people that are doing the work are also having access to most of this, not just them having reading about it that this is a loan. So SMEs and the likes are for a lot of undergraduates, even graduates, even some students who benefit from SMEs. But this that's been addressed to institutional staff. I mean, it is something that will even cause some strike, because most of these issues of strike at times not based on end allowances and likes. Most of it also relies on motivations and other things like that. But this is something that we see that is laudable. A lot of staffs are into farming. Yes, a lot of lecturers are into farming and staffs. But if they have access to this, also, even those that are not into this business already, and also it is a good thing in the essence that also the food bank combination will be more secured. And they want to ensure that we are also having a nation that to produce what we are eating as we have always been agitated for.
Okay. So now, which financial institutions or government agencies are involved in administering or even disbursing the loan? Can you just fill us on that?
As far as it is, and with the little information the government has released to us so far, is the fact that the Bank of Industry and the BOA, Bank of Agriculture, will be the two agencies that will sit to this loan. And if they are sitting to this loan, farmers are having access to loan through BOA for years now. And that has been an agency that has been in existence. Even despite the fact that there has been a lot of change in government, it has always been in existence. So we believe that then having putting this loan scheme on that BOA will ensure that it is continued even after government. After issuing regime, it is continued. So it will just be part of policies that and activities that BOA will have to be carrying out, not just of farmers alone. This now will not be another sector. Probably there will not be another department in BOA that will look into this loan for tertiary institution staffs.
Okay.
So BOA has been set aside to anchor this and pilot it.
And so far they've been trying. So now, what are the eligibility criteria, and how will applications be verified and approved?
As I said earlier, that we are just trying to use the NEL fund as a guide to this, because as far as it is now, I'm sure by the end of this week or next month, at least by August, we should have full details of this loan application process, verification process, the disbursement duration, and the likes. So what we still have now is the announcement of this loan, the agency that will anchor it, and what the loan is meant to be, and the amount of the range of this loan. So I believe very soon now we should be able to have more information on it. For example, now if you see NEL fund, you apply once you are a legitimate student and you have a matric number. So probably all institutions too will have to enroll the data of their staffs with BOA, probably a different portal created for them. They will enroll them. Then any staff that applied, the BOA will be able to collate such data and forward it back to the institutions for verification. And probably after that has been confirmed, truly, we have a lot of unions on campuses. We have the ASU, we have the NASU, we have the ASU, we have the SANO, a lot of them like that. So I believe they'll be able to ensure that this is verified. All staffs in the tertiary institutions in Nigeria also have their ID card, they have their staff numbers. So probably through their staff numbers and the other details with their institutions, they'll be able to be verified. And also, they will also be able to put in their bank account details and the likes, whereby they also receive the payments and have their own dashboard, just like NEL fund. So we believe it's achievable if we have the NEL fund. And what I would say is the fact that the numbers of students we have in Nigeria is the number of lecturers and staffs we have. Let me just use the word staffs we have in tertiary institutions in Nigeria. That's about 25 to 30% of the, and even if it's up to that.
Okay.
So I don't think it should be even up to 30%. So I believe it should be easy to manage just using the template of NEL fund as a guide.
Okay. So can you bring us up to speed on the repayment plan? How will the repayment plan, is it realistic? The repayment plan, is it actually realistic? Are they actually expecting these loans back from the students, or is it a way to just keep them on their toes and make them, utilize it and make it useful for themselves?
Okay, thank you very much. I think it is the repayment plan. There's not much information on it yet, but still yet. So the little thing that can speak about it is the fact that it is possible. I see. The only thing that I do say in Nigeria is the fact that is our discipline that matters most in Nigeria. If we want Nigeria to be better, then we must be able to ensure that we are disciplined and we are true to ourselves. Yes, in the essence that this loan, many and staffs apply to banks and see requests for loan, even especially for projects. And I can bet it with you, you see that most of these lecturers and staffs, they make use of their cooperatives and their unions, especially when they are having projects like buildings or other businesses in their personal life. So automatically, that kind of loans that they have with their standard cooperatives and the likes, and they will ensure that these loans are being deducted from their salary monthly. If that can be done for years, and even before some of us were giving back to, they've been running most of these cooperatives and these deductions, and it's working perfectly. So I believe government board, then something of this can be brought by the government. Then the staff too should show willingness to apply and also comply in the repayment plan, because automatically, no matter, I know till now there's no any figure if there will be interest on it or not. So far there is no any communication or any interest on it now. Then automatically something they should be able to welcome and ensure that they utilize it well, and also be sincere in the repayment plan, which I believe that it will be very flexible, more than expected.
So now, are there comparable schemes either within Nigeria or in other countries that this program is modeled after? Like, what lessons from past staff loan schemes are informing this initiative?
With the data I have with me, probably I've not done much research on it presently, but I can say that I'm not aware. Yes, I'm not aware of any nation that has put in this kind of loan scheme for staffs of tertiary institutions in their country, aside from the ministry and institutional loans and the likes. But coming on board, having a replica of student loan for staffs, I'm not aware of that. We have a lot of countries that practice student loan, US and likes. We have a lot of them, but staff loan is something that I'm not sure I've been able to come across it in the research or in the content that much. So either we should even leave it as practice, something that is commendable, and I will ensure the government to keep thinking outside the box. These are the critical part of things that can ensure that all citizens of the country are engaged and are doing beautifully well. If we are talking about agriculture, there must be a good environment and motivations from the government to encourage people to go into it. And these are kind of laws that can at least assist staffs and families to be able to have one thing or the other to do aside their careers like this. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So lastly, do you see this as a first step towards broader financial intervention for the education sector workforce? Do you see it that way?
What do you say, ma'am?
I said, do you see this, lastly, I'm asking you the very last question. Do you see this as a first step towards broader financial intervention? That's this whole loan scheme. Do you see it as a broader financial intervention for the education sector workforce?
Yes, I see it. I was discussing with someone last week and I said the issue of subsidy that we have, many people still say that they prefer subsidy than these loans. And I'll tell the person that how do we measure subsidy? How do we measure the accountability and transparency of subsidy? How do we measure the implementation process? How do we ensure that subsidy on education is well catering for the entire nation? And how are we ensuring that the same subsidy the poor are enjoying, and it's the same subsidy the rich are also enjoying? And how are we even ensuring that it is not? So there are a lot of questions that comes about subsidy. And I was giving a scenario to someone last week. I went with the discussion. I said, if government subsidizes education by 80%, and the school fees of 100,000, government is already catering for 80,000 naira, and the school that's supposed to charge just 20,000 naira to balance the 100,000 for the institution is charging another, let's say, 65,000 naira. So by the time you add 65,000 plus 80,000 naira subsidy from the government, that's how much? That's 145,000 naira. And the total amount for that tuition fee is supposed to be 100,000. So there has been excess of 45,000 with the school. This is the issue with subsidy. Then how are you going to even be aware of such information that, okay, government are taking care of this particular amount? Because it will come in particular per head per student. it will come as a form of subvention monthly to the institution. So how would they now divide probably 850 million, 650 million coming to them monthly per student? Before you know it, you just run into expenditures and the likes and structures. And before you know it, they will just allocate 20 million to tuition fee. And by the time they will break it per student in that institution for that section, you see that students will still be paying exorbitantly. So the best thing we can do now is the fact that go to the telephone portal just from your 200 level to either 600 or 500, and you have access to this money. So even your repayment will not be as early as it is. Once you are getting to a state that, okay, truly satisfied that, okay, truly you can start repaying this loan by 10%. So exactly. I think it's still more better when there's transparency in the economy.
You're so very correct. Thank you so much. And I've been talking to Comrade Adeyemi Samson. He is a National Associate of Nigerian Students, National PRO. Thank you for your time. We truly do appreciate everything you've unveiled to us concerning these loans. We do appreciate you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, and you too.
And I'm still watching Business Morning, and that's the much we can take on Business Morning today. Up next is Big Story. My name is Destiny Mama. Keep watching Business Day Television. Good morning. Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 29th.
On this day in 1904, J.R.D. Tata was born in Paris, France. He was an Indian businessman and aviation pioneer who created India's first airline and oversaw the dramatic expansion of the Tata Group, India's largest industrial empire. Tata was born into a wealthy Indian family but grew up in France, making French his first language. A childhood encounter with aviation pioneer Louis Belroy sparked his lifelong passion for aircraft. He studied in France, Japan, and England, and served a year in the French army, planning to attend Cambridge for engineering. However, in 1925, he returned to India to join the Tata family business, a major conglomerate founded by his great-grandfather in 1868. Within a year of joining the family business, Tata's father died, and he became director of Tata Sons. He gave up his French citizenship in 1929 and became one of the first Indians with a commercial pilot's license. In 1932, he launched Tata Air Mail, which evolved into Tata Airlines and later Air India in 1946. At age 34, he became the youngest chairman of Tata Sons in 1938. Under his leadership, the Tata Group expanded significantly into diverse industries including steel, power, hospitality, chemicals, autos, IT, and finance. Although Air India was nationalized in 1953, Tata remained its chairman until 1978. He stepped down from Tata Sons in 1991, by which time the Tata Group's 80-plus companies were generating around $4 billion annually. Tata was an early supporter of family planning and founded the Family Planning Foundation in 1971. He received several major awards, including the Padma Vibhushan, the United Nations Population Award in 1992, and the Daniel Gogham Medal. In 1992, he was honored with the Bharat Ratna, India's highest civilian award. And on this day in 1989, Prince Charles and Lady Diana Spencer were married in St. Paul's Cathedral in London. It was the most talked about wedding of the year and was watched on television by millions of people worldwide. 15 years later, the couple divorced in 1996.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we take a closer look at the stories shaping our nation and economy at large and what they truly mean for everyday Nigerians. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This week, Nigeria's National Bureau of Statistics released the much anticipated base GDP figures, adjusting the base year from 2010 to 2018. The result of this was a GDP figure that has grown in size, but questions are looming. What does this technical recalibration actually mean for a country still grappling with inflation, unemployment, and mounting debt? Does a bigger GDP reflect improved living standards, or are we seeing a merely statistical facelift in an economy where many still struggle to afford daily necessities? Well, joining us to unpack this and so much more is someone who always brings depth and clarity to complex financial issues. Today, we're joined by Mr. Kunle Ezun. He's an economist and financial analyst, and he joins us on the big story this morning. Welcome to the show, Mr. Ezun.
Yeah, thank you very much, Elizabeth, for having me. It's good to be here again.
Always a pleasure. So let's start by asking you to, without missing any words, tell us what exactly does this GDP rebasing tell us about the Nigerian economy as it stands today?
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's good to provide clarity to the numbers and to the methodology behind the rebasing. Rebasing the economy is not really a big deal, so to say, because it's an exercise that is expected to happen every 10 years, right? Because it's assumed that in a 10-year span, there will have been new changes and development that will have happened in an economy. So rebasing provides an opportunity to bring into the bracket the changes that will have happened in terms of sector development, and new businesses are there that will have emerged within a 10-year space. So what rebasing does is to provide an opportunity to be able to account for every economic activity that is happening or that would have happened within an economy. So if you recall, the last that was done before this recent one was done in 2014, right? Right. Today, what we have done is to rebase the economy using 2019 as the base year, right? A lot of people have thought, why not 2020? In 2020, it was assumed that there was a pandemic that shut down economic activity globally. So the best year to use as a base year becomes 2019. So if you look at the fact that from 2019, from 2010, that we had at base year 2019, that's like a 9-year span. So, but the fact that we had a pandemic in 2020 was the major reason why 2020 was not being used globally. Right. So rebasing is not just a Nigerian affair, it's a global affair. And like I said, what it does is that it tries to break into perspective new businesses and new economic activities that have emerged. And again, what this has done for all, and what again we're going to discuss how to move on, is that this rebasing exercise has allowed the economic manager to bring into focus those activities that happen in the informal sector. Right? Before now, we do not have the opportunity to technically grab those activities that happen within the informal sector. Today, this new rebasing effort has brought into the coverage of the economic activity things that happen within the informal sector. So that's why we see some new economy, that new sector that have been brought up, and so we talk about today, we talk about digital economy, e-commerce, maritime and logistics, and the fact that we've seen huge development too in the pension industry. So these are issues that, for me, should give us a sort of a bright future and prosperity. Perhaps it will not happen in the immediate, but as we move on, we begin to see this new development cascading down and providing that opportunity for us for new business development, employment, and prosperity for everyone.
Right, and with this GDP figures now significantly larger, what should Nigerians make of it? Does it reflect actual progress, or is just a more accurate calculation here?
Okay, again, let me quickly put this on the table. You know, before the rebasing, based on IMF calculation, as at 2024, Nigeria GDP was about $188 billion, right? We're fourth, following, I think, South Africa was $400 billion, Egypt about $383 billion, and Nigeria was $264 billion. Then Nigeria was about $188 billion. Today, yet we still fought in Africa, but there is a quantum leap to about $250 billion. That if you use the average rates of exchange rates in 2024, we should have about about $246 billion, right? But if you use the average, if you use exchange rate as at July when the figure was released, you should have about $243 billion. So what that has done to say, oh, the base has now improved, right? But in economics, there's a difference between when you have the growth and you have development. So what we have seen is that we have seen slight growth in the economy, as is seen in the rate. So today, the Q1 figure is about 3.13% growth. So year on year, I think in 2024, we are about 2.72. So year on year, we've seen growth in the economy. But people will have to say that what does this mean to me? How do I begin to see myself in the picture of this growth? So that's where the world economic development comes in. So the economy begins to develop when the other indices that supports growth to individuals, housing, right, job creation, employment of our view begins to happen, and that begins to cascade to every household. They begin to talk about economic development. So what we have seen today is just an improvement in number, right? But the real development that will impact everyone is when you begin to see the multiplier effect of the growth that we have seen today. So hopefully, the government begins to put the right peg in the right hole and begin to pursue those policies that support development. That we begin to see all of these having impact in the country. Again, you should recall that government is planning to grow the economy up to $1 trillion by 2030. So between now and 2030, the economy is meant to have grown to about $1 trillion. Today we are growing barely $50 billion. So that's a quarter of what we intend to do by 2030. And then we only expect that the economy will be growing by 7% average annually. Today we are barely growing about 3.76. So the journey is still far. So we just tracking the surface.
Right.
So that for me, I feel that government needs to begin to put in the right policies that will support development.
Let's talk about some of the risks and the opportunities here. Some people believe that a bigger GDP could give the government room to borrow more by, lowering the debt to GDP ratio. So for you, from your point of view, what are some of the risks and some of the opportunities that we have here?
Okay, I think recently I just did a report, and I titled the report "Growth, Opportunity, and the Risk in the Economy for H2." And so I'll try to bring into perspective what I discussed in that report. And again, in terms of growth, as I mentioned earlier, we've seen growth. The economy has grown, right? What are the opportunities? Again, there's a caveat here that the economic manager could feel, oh, it's time to borrow more because we have improved the GDP, which is the denominator. So that has reduced the debt to GDP rate about 39%, right? But I want to say quickly here that it does not give opportunities to be extravagant in borrowing. What we should be focusing on is how to continually expand economic activity. Like I said, if we intend to achieve a $1 trillion economy by 2030, we are in 2024. So we are in 2025.
2025
so 5 years, we are in 2025. So 5 years down the lane, are we able to improve the economy to the tune of a $1 trillion in 5 years? So if we intend to run that rate, then the economy should grow at an average of say 7 to 8%. This same economy today is growing about 3.76 annually. Then it means that we need more job to be done. So there are opportunities. The opportunity comes in those new sectors that have been identified and highlighted. So the digital economy today is about, I think, about 7 trillion economy in 2024. Right? E-commerce, maritime, and asset management are all different economic sectors that have been thrown up to support economic activity. So what are the opportunities that I see today is that there are opportunities that comes to, if you remember, like I said, that a lot of the banks today are beginning to activate the usage of Naira funded debit card for the national, because they feel that there's now FX liquidity in the market that support that business. Right? So again, it brings all of those opportunities. So there's opportunity for importation. So we should begin to see business opportunity for people that are in the real sector. Right? Government should now begin to see how they can redirect policy. And that's why you hear that man is saying that it is now time for the central bank to tweak the monetary policy to spur growth. Right? That keeping the MPR at 7.5 is way too high to support growth. So we should begin to see policies that are deliberate and that are targeted at specific sector that will help trigger growth and support economic development. If all of this happen, job will be created. And once you create job, then you are expanding the economic activity that will help to support household. And so in economic indices, right, what needs to be triggered and supported is that consumption expenditure, right? So, you have consumption expenditure, which is the largest component of national income. Once jobs are created and households have access to job and they can begin to make money, that will increase spending. And once spending increases in the economy, it has a multiplier effect of generating more economic activity. So government needs to be deliberate now in policy development and in sector targeting, so that we can see those that are employment generating, which could support further growth. I do believe that Nigeria has capacity to grow the economy from 3% today to 7 or 8%. We do have that capacity, but we just need to be deliberate in our policy and our sector targeting policy.
And do you see any way that this, this updated figure change could impact the way investors or even international partners view Nigeria's economy?
Absolutely. And that is the essence of the rebasing
itself
in the first place, right? The essence of the rebasing is to give the economy new lease of life, right? Because like I said, some new sector today have been identified. So people now begin to see the kind of the depth and the breadth of economic activity within the digital economy, within the e-commerce, right? Within the maritime and logistics business. So people begin to see and dimension the opportunity. So what it does is that for greater opportunity for people that will be interested in equity investment, right? We're talking about FDI now, because in the past, what we have seen, we've seen more FPIs in Nigeria. Today, we are craving more of FDIs, because these are people that believe in the future of the economy and the country. So we are hoping that with the rebasing exercise, right, we will see people that will believe so much in the future of the country, and we can begin to see improvement in the FDI. Right? FDI over time is been quite low, right? Maybe barely $2 billion annually. So we are hoping that we'll begin to see FDI flow into the country, support the economic growth out there. So rebasing should be more like a support system for the larger economy to grow. So you should expect that foreign investors will begin to take a closer look at those numbers and those sectors. And again, if you check those new sectors, there are sectors that are somehow youth friendly. Right? So a lot of people today do so much in the economy. So you should expect that youths will be more interested. They are now there's more like a spotlight on them and what they do and how they can contribute the economy. So for me, I see opportunities in the economy as we move forward, and I do believe that beyond the rebasing that has been done, there will now be a more like a concerted effort between the fiscal authority and the monetary policy authority on how they could jointly spur growth and support real sector development. So if this happens, then we should begin to see the development that work create that will support household development and put food on people's table. That's only when people will say, oh, yes, we have done rebasing, and rebasing is having impact in the individual life. And so I know hopefully this again will have to have impact on inflation rate. Because inflation rate at 22.2% today as of June is way too high. Right? So all of these are things that we should begin to come down and support the growth of the economy over time.
You know, you were talking about some of these new sectors that, you know, the rebasing will capture. You talked about the digital economy. If you could just shed a little more light on that just for our viewers today, because just before you mentioned that, I held on to that. But I was going to also ask you about some of the risks that, you know, rebasing distract from, you know, if there's a risk that rebasing actually distract from in terms of real economic pain points, such as unemployment, you know, inflation and low productivity. If you think that there is a risk that rebasing actually distract from, and also if you could just shed more light on these new sectors that the rebasing will now capture.
Okay, I think most importantly is to emphasize the fact that the rebasing exercise has helped put more spotlight on the informal sector. I think we need to emphasize that because a lot of economic activity happen within that informal sector that either though we're not appropriately covered. So the rebasing exercise has brought more focus on those economic activities that happen within the informal sector. So that today is being captured, and hopefully we'll be able to have more sort of accurate data that could reflect the depth and the size of economies that are happening in the informal sector. Okay, I haven't said that again. The fourth sector that seems to have been highlighted critically by the new rebasing exercise. Like I said, digital economy, and you know, digital economy we can't overemphasize the impact of that in the economy today. Mostly, and there's no way we're going to talk about the fintech, right? Today, people tell you that banking is no more, it's gone beyond brick and mortar. Banking is now digital. So everybody, particularly a lot of activities today are done online, right? Without through POS or whatever. And today I was just reading, I think you said about value of transactions that are done on POS, on ATM, on online transfer, and they're quite mind-boggling, right? So this is the power of digital economy. So a lot of investment today is gone into digital digital services by most companies. So today, if you are not investing heavily in digital as a business, then you are not ready for competition. So competition today is still in our industry, and that's why we found that it's one sector that is being talked about, is being marketed at every turn that you take in the economy. Again, the other part again is the e-commerce. Today, you don't have to visit the physical office to get things done, right? You have the congas of this world. So you have all those guys that today there's huge talk about Temu and all those stuff. So e-commerce is taking huge sides. And so before now, these are not being well captured. So today, all of this have been brought into that perspective. And again, the issue of the pension fund is grown to over 10 trillion. That's huge, right? So, and before in 2014, when we had last rebasing, this was not well captured. Today we have a huge size, a huge size of asset under management. So these are things that brings to mind the opportunity that comes with assets under management of abuse. And that's why you have a lot of asset firms springing off here and there to push that narrative about the importance of that of fund management. And so we cannot, the fourth one that we cannot agree about side is the maritime and logistics. If you have been opportune to get into the port and you see the kind of business activity that happen in the port, within hours, you have hit the fact that huge business opportunity are all about within those port sectors. So I expect that going forward, right, we do expect that with all of this sector being spotlighted, then there should be opportunity that comes for, and majorly is employment creation that, for me, is the takeaway. There should be opportunity for job creation. When jobs are created, then the economy itself will be productive. And when the economy is productive, we earn dollar. And when we earn dollar, then we can have to say, well, people, a lot of people think, that Naira at 1.5 to $1 is quite ridiculous. Yeah, it is ridiculous. Because the economy on its own is not productive. So we need that opportunity to be able to go back to the 80s and 70s.
Okay.
When the economy was productive and we are earning dollar to support the currency.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Akunle, for your in-depth analysis this morning on the big story. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obijabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, welcome to Social Listening here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we break down some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course, joining me as always is
Onyeka Valentine.
Let's get into the conversation today. The United States President Donald Trump has thrown harsh words at London's Mayor Sadiq Khan, calling him a, quote, nasty person who has done a terrible job. Now, this comment came during a press conference at Trump's Turnberry Golf Resort in Scotland, where Trump, who has been at odds with Khan for years over immigration, terrorism, policies, and crime in London, reignited their feud by saying Khan has made the city unsafe and turned London into a mess. This isn't their first fight. Back in 2019, Trump called Khan a stone-cold loser. Mind you, these are quotes. And Khan fired back by accusing Trump of racism and hate speech. At the press conference, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer looked a bit uncomfortable before stepping in to defend Khan. He called Khan a friend of mine and said London is thriving under his leadership. Khan's spokesperson also clapped back. So this was back and forth, saying Trump should come to London to, quote again, see how our diversity makes us stronger, and making it clear that the mayor isn't bothered by the insult. So you see a lot of back and forth going on between Sadiq Khan and US President Donald Trump and the mayor of London. But let's see some of the reactions on social media, then I'll get your reaction to this conversation. I just want to know if you think that this is just another round in their long-running fight, or if these words, change how the UK welcomes, the United States president during the visit. But let's see some of the reactions on social media. Yeah. Firstly, Paladri says, no other leader would stare people in the face and call them liars like Trump does. Most of them do it behind their back, but that's not Trump. He's going to tell you exactly what he thinks of you. Let's see more reactions. Paul A. Cispo says, London can only start to heal when Sadiq Khan is no longer in power. President Trump throwing shade on him can help make that happen. Interesting remark there. Let's see if we have more reactions to the story. The Great India V says, Trump's blunt jab at Sadiq Khan is nasty during a July 2025 press conference with Starmer was bold. Starmer defended his friend, but the feud's history shows no signs of cooling. Those are the reactions on social media. That's as much as we can take. But, firstly, your thought. Do you think this is just another round? You know how you're fighting, round one, round two, round three, final round? Or do you think that this is something that could have, far-reaching effect?
A far more weight. Okay, so, again, it is no news that Donald Trump has been known to be upfront and personal. If he doesn't like you, he will tell you the way it is. So that is out of the table, right? So we're not surprised. Matter of fact, if he hadn't attacked him that way, we didn't be surprised. What's happening? It's not Donald Trump that we know, in the British accent. But the fact that he threw a jab at him, gives us content to talk about. So that I'm not worried about. What I'm worried about is, with everything being said back and forth, truth be told, London is still safer than the regular New York City.
Really?
Let's be honest. If you look at it, the amount of drug addicts on the streets, some certain areas, you see them sleeping under the bridges. And so, under bridges. So the question now is, before you begin to point finger at a city mayor, as the case may be, and say city is not working, why not look back home and ask yourself a question? Have you dealt with the issue of riots going on? People not liking the way that you're handling the country? Have you dealt with that issue first? I mean, it is only, for me, a double standard when you come out to talk about cities and jobs up. When your own city is even more on fire. Truth be told, the amount of people who are dying from drug abuse on the streets of America, I can tell you, record has shown that we have more people dying from fentanyl, drug abuse, even with this massive deportation. Now, this is not in no way me trying to throw the United States under the bus. I'm just trying to draw some comparison here. When you are a leader of a country, whatever you say is no longer personal. It represents the country as a whole. And so it's good enough to see that, Salma could come in here and say he's his friend. That's on a personal level. We're not worried about whether they're friends or not. The thing is London going to be safer? Haven't said what he has said. Haven't Donald Trump said what he has said? If London's going to be safer, if we're going to have less people being, stabbed to death, because London is notorious for that, if what he has said will curb the activities and make the mayor work harder to make it safer, good or fine. But whether or not that job was personal, he doesn't like him, we are not even surprised. This is Donald Trump for you. Donald Trump comes into any room, any conversation, well armed with fiery words, whether or not you like it. At the end of the day, he'll tell you sorry, but not even using the word sorry. Come from different angle. So this is his person. What will change? Do you think relationship, diplomatic ties will change within the United States and America? I don't think so. They are one and the same, really. And that's one and the same, really. They are what holds them together is stronger than what can ever divide them. So
I would be shocked to hear what President Donald Trump will have to say to you when he meets you.
Honestly speaking, if I ever had a chance to meet Donald Trump, I would be
shocked.
I will have one particular question, which is, please, where do you get your energy from?
It's inborn. Energy like that, you can't ask. It's Abinibi. It's inborn.
And I think we should have what they call Trump 101 in university. So study how to be like Trump.
Why would you want to be like? But let's come back home. Let's bring it to Lagos, where people are getting ready for days of on and off power supply. Now, the Transmission Company of Nigeria has announced a 25-day maintenance project on the Omotosho Ikeja West Transmission Line starting July 28th, which is just about this is starting today.
Yep.
The work will run daily from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And while TCN says power will be restored each evening, distribution companies like Ikeja Electric and Eco Electricity Distribution Company are already warning customers to expect disruptions and load shedding. Now, this project involves installing new fiber cables to help modernize the power grid and improve reliability in the long run. Well, Nigerians, Lagosians were bracing up because, firstly, we don't even have enough money to buy fuel. So now you're hearing of power cuts. So I think the good side of it is, just know you're going to work, and the disruption time, obviously, it's in the evening, and then you'll be back home. So you might still be able to enjoy electricity.
I think we should give them some kudos. If there's anything, I will explain. I know a lot of people might come for me. This is on social media, but let's be honest. If you want service, uninterrupted power supply,
you have to be ready for a little bit of discomfort.
Discomfort. And like President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said, he said, look, if you want to enjoy homeland, you must prepare for the air.
Absolutely.
That's a fact. But again, I've just said something mainly in favor of, Ikeja Electric, distribution company and all that stuff. But let us now call a spade a spade. Address the elephant in the room. If after they take their time and they do this maintenance, afterwards, and then they experience issues again, then there'll be questions asked. And those questions will not come in a friendly way.
But hopefully hopefully that everything works out just fine. 25 days is a short time. You blink and it's 25 days. You blink. We started out the month of July. We blink, it's already 28th. Like so it's just a few days.
There's something that we're not even seeing. It is good that at least now we can have what we call, heads up. Before now, we never used to have heads up.
You just start hearing it, and then you're not even sure. That's so true. You now think, I hear that they are doing something. TCN is doing something. You'll be hearing from insiders, and you can't even verify it. Word of mouth.
But it came out now, and they're giving it.
So you're aware and you're preparing.
Good, and there's something that's working in this country. I'm pleased to see that. Look, no machine can work 24 hours. At some point, you need overhauling. It will need maintenance.
Yes,
everything
needs maintenance.
Even a human being, you have to go and leave at some point in time.
Exactly.
Can't work perpetually.
365 days.
You know what I mean? So I think it's a good thing. They don't have to wait. And again, I must give a round of applause. Why? Because I think the engineers, they understand that, look, if this equipment or whatever it is that is running and generating supply of power and distribution, if it's overburdened, it can break down. So they say, look, instead of waiting till that time, let us not do the regular Nigerian thing, right?
Let's do what needs to be done.
So I think it
happens.
is welcome.
Right.
Just a bit of little discomfort, but let us endure it
and hope that things turn out better. But let's see some of the reactions on social media. Social media viewers might have something else to say. Who knows? It's always interesting. So Taiwo says, imagine what will happen to many businesses under the 25-day, those that are even surviving based on the little light they see to manage their incomes, which possibly could cause increase in price of service if it solely depends on generator, which may not come down again. Yeah, I see the point there in terms of you go on generator for that period and then you have to increase. Whenever things go up in Nigeria, it's hard for it to come back. So if it goes up, you say, yeah, my pay one shake, 25 days, something. That's why it's sold at 3,000, something that probably was 2,000. It's going to be hard. The things, what goes up in Nigeria does not come down. But let's see what David MC1788056 for interesting says. You are cutting off supply during working hours in a country where gas fuel is expensive. So businesses struggling will have to look for money to be able to run their activities. What stops them from doing maintenance at night from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.? So, you will still complain that at night when people are resting, where you need lights, where you need your fan, where you need your AC, where you need, oh my God. One thing with leadership, you can't please everybody. It says in Nigeria, we don't have 24 hours business or factories. So why not run the maintenance at night? Another angle there from David. Let's see if we have more reactions to this story. Rocky says this maintenance is crucial for long-term reliability, but 25 days of partial outages starting today is tough for Lagos businesses and households. That's how Rocky feels about this story. But you just see the interesting comment, different angles. The one talking about the fact that why do we have to do 25 days the maintenance, the one talking about the fact that if you have to do this, you should do it in the evening.
What if actually it's supposed to last for 2 months and they try to say, look, let us mitigate everything and push it down to 25 days?
Another angle.
Does he have an idea or not? What if the maintenance was supposed to last for 6 months? No, let us do 25 days because people are going to go through a lot. I mean, again, if you look at it, he said that businesses in the morning, people come home in the evening, and so they're giving you like 6 to 11. You should at least say, wait a minute, give and take. During the morning hours, if those who is prepared, your unit will not run, really, because you're not going to use the power. And so, all in all, right, maintenance is very important. You cannot run a particular machine or equipment 24/7. It will break down. And when it breaks down, at that time, we will probably have no light for, 2-3 months? Running in a stretch. That will not be a case of you saying you're waiting till it's an emergency. So I think what they're doing is commendable, knowing that they've run their diagnosis and realized, look, let's not wait till it's an emergency.
And this is a good time for those who make use of solar power.
Of course. I didn't even see that part.
Again,
yes, I mean, for people who are into the business of alternative power supply, that's the time when they want to kick in. But 25 days is a short time.
You can take advantage of opportunity. 2 days.
Right, and make some money from
and make some. But anyway, that's where we leave it this morning on the social listening segment. We hope you enjoyed it, from Sadiq Khan, United States, and President Trump, back and forth to TCN. Anyway, our advice for everyone is try to make the most of this period. Like, no complaint. Let's just hope, and we're hoping for a better Lagos, better Nigeria. So let's just hope and support our government. Understand a little bit of discomfort is good for growth.
Do you think Donald Trump want to push Starmer to deport that guy?
I didn't see that. I really don't. You never can tell when it comes to. He's unpredictable. He's a very unpredictable person. So I can't even say
what he's not the president of. Well, he's the United States, but he's so into deportation that he might deport this guy.
He's so into deportation. That's his favorite punishment. Deport him. How dare he do that? Anyway, we have to go now on the social listening segment here today on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Stay with us for the business news at 11.
the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the bdtv Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown. Thanks for joining us. Now let's see what's making the headlines. Nigeria's trade rebounds as currency stabilizes. Access, Wema, Zenith, 5 others kill CBN recapitalization order. More Nigerian embrace e-payment channels as transfers hit 295 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2025. Micro pension struggles to gain ground amid economic pressure. Farmers dump rise as global glut slashes profit. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Naira's recent stability is reviving trade in Nigeria, offering long-awaited relief to businesses. Esther Williams of Williams Dabo Group told Business Day the predictability has helped with planning imports and reduced costs, especially for free on-board shipments. Since January, the Naira has traded within a tighter range, averaging 1,544.25 naira per dollar. George Coleman of Coleman Wires and Cables said this stability is encouraging business decisions and new investment not seen since early 2023. Business Day findings show FX-related losses fell sharply from 951.7 billion naira in Q1 2024 to 28.7 billion naira in the first quarter 2025. Import declarations also rose this year. Economist Tanjudi Ibrahim noted growing investor and bank confidence. Companies like Amayi Foods are experiencing fewer price fluctuations, showing signs of a calmer, more reliable trade environment in Africa's largest economy. Moving on, at least 7 Nigerian banks, including Access Bank, Wema Bank, and Zenith Bank, have successfully met the Central Bank of Nigeria's new recapitalization requirement ahead of the 2026 deadline. Business Day has learned that the move comes as part of the APES Bank effort to strengthen the financial sector and improve lending capacity. Sources familiar with the matter said the bank either surpassed the capital threshold through retained earnings, rights issues, or strategic capital rising. Other banks that cleared the order include United Bank for Africa, Guaranteed Trust Holding Company, First Bank, and Stanbic IBTC. Analysts say this early compliance reflects strong investors' confidence and solid financial planning, especially amid Nigeria's current macroeconomic headwinds. It also signifies a signal an healthier and more resilient banking sector. With more banks racing to meet the target, stakeholders are optimistic this will deepen financial inclusion, improve credit availability, and support broader economic growth. In other news, more Nigerians embrace e-payment channels as electronic payment in Nigeria rose by 24.4% year-on-year to 295.5 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2025. According to new data from the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, this reflects the country's growing shift toward digital transactions, up from 237.11 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2024. A Business Day review of the data shows that Nigerians used electronic payment channels 2.21 billion times during the quarter, with point of sales terminals accounting for 776.94 million of those instant payment transactions totaled to 285 trillion naira, while POS transactions reached 10.52 trillion naira. Payments have become faster and more accessible. Even small kiosks now accept transfers. Nigeria now ranks among the world's top digital payment economies. According to ACI Worldwide, the figure surpasses all African peers, positioning Nigeria just behind giants like India, Brazil, and China. Still on, the micro pension plan designed to provide retirement security for self-employed and informal sector workers is struggling to gain momentum as economic hardship continues to weigh heavily on potential contributors. Eligible individuals and small-scale business owners are citing the rising cost of living and unstable income as reasons for low participation, raising fresh concerns about the scheme's long-term viability and the urgent need for a revamp. Data from PENCOM's performance dashboard for Q1 2025 shows that out of over 30 million eligible Nigerians, only 1,076,617 have registered under the scheme. Launched in 2019 by the National Pension Commission, the initiative was meant to extend retirement benefits to informal workers. However, it has failed to attract and retain consistent contributors. I know retirement savings are important, but right now I need to focus on feeding my family, said Musa Lawa, a ride-hailing driver in Lagos who earns on a day-to-day basis. PENCOM's data reveals that active contributors remain below 100,000, less than 1% of the potential base. Analysts point to high inflation, erratic earnings, and limited awareness as major roadblocks. For many artisans, traders, and gig workers, irregular income patterns make long-term financial commitment difficult. Industry experts are calling for reforms including targeted incentives, flexible contribution models, and improved public education to build trust. There are also growing demands for government-backed contributions to encourage enrollment and strengthen the scheme's impact across Nigeria's vast informal workforce. Let's shift focus to Nigerian farmers who are abandoning rice for other more profitable crops as a global glut and rising imports continue to squeeze their earnings. The oversupply from major Asian producers like India and Thailand has forced them to flood African markets, including Nigeria, in search of buyers. With the Nigerian government lifting tariffs on rice imports, shipments into the country have hit a 10-year high, reaching 60,735 metric tons, further undercutting local producers. On the flagship sector under Nigeria's food self-sufficiency agenda, rice farming is becoming less sustainable for smallholder farmers. We can't break even anymore, said Adebayo Ojo, a rice farmer in Kebbi State. Imported rice is cheaper and our production costs keep rising with no guaranteed market. While global prices dip due to excessive supply, Nigerian farmers are burdened with high costs of inputs like fertilizers, diesel, and transport, making it hard to compete. Many are now shifting to maize, soybeans, and other crops that offers better returns. Experts warn that without urgent policy support, such as input subsidies, import redirections, and guaranteed pricing, Nigeria could lose the gains it made in boosting local rice production, while farmer bears the brunt of global market dynamics. Up next, the microfinance bank operating in Nigeria have been tasked to prioritize due diligence before lending of money to businesses individuals of companies to tackle challenges with loan recovery. The Chairman Board of Director of Divergent Microsoft Bank, Kayode Oluwagboye, revealed this during the official launch of the bank in Lagos. According to the director, many lending companies have incurred a huge amount of bad debt due to customers' inability to meet up with loan repayment, which may lead most lending firms to bankruptcy. The chairman urged the lenders bank to verify the level of the customers with proper documentation before loan to avoid recovering failure, which pose a big threat to lending companies. To wrap up the business news hour, Unilever Nigerian PLC has posted strong unaudited results for H1 2025, highlighting significant progress in revenue and profit in growth. The company reported a turnover of 98.1 billion naira, a 54% rise from 63.9 billion naira in the same period of 2024, driven by improved operations and market demand. Operating profit jumped to 18.8 billion naira, up from 3.5 billion naira last year, while profit after tax surged by 225% to 14.4 billion naira. The impressive performance was supported by better cost management and a relatively stable macroeconomic environment. In the major development, Unilever announced an interim dividend of 0.50 kobo per 50 kobo share, the first in over 2 decades, amounting to 2.87 billion naira for shareholders registered by August 8, 2025. This signals renewed investors' confidence and financial strength. Managing Director Toby Adeniyi credited the company's growth action plan and strong execution for the result, reaffirming Unilever's long-term commitment to innovation, local impact, and value creation in Nigeria. That wraps up today's Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. I'm Glory Brown. Keep watching BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Let me start by asking you, sir. Today, Business Day is having the 2025 CEO Forum.
Yeah.
Let me start by asking you, sir. And the theme of the CEO Forum this year is from reform to recovery. Just before we go into other questions, how do you assess the theme of the conference this year?
The conference is fantastic, actually. I was here last year. Almost the same conference, and but this year conference is actually perfect because there are so many CEOs that, more especially on the oil and gas, that came, and actually they enlightened a lot of people on things that is happening, which I believe many people, they don't even know. Yeah, but the conference is okay. And we have to even thank Mr. Frank, the host of this forum for the 13th Business Day CEO Forum. We really have to congratulate him for this type of forum. You can't find much people doing all this type of forum, actually. Yes, we really have to congratulate Mr. Frank for this.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so let me ask you, sir. Jigawa State is seen as a potential for agricultural production. So I would like to ask you, what are the key policies that your administration in Jigawa State has put in place to attract a large-scale, farming?
Actually, Jigawa State has implemented a lot of policy that attract large-scale agricultural investments in the state. Among this is the land allocation that is about 400,000 hectares that were given to the farmers. And these 400,000 hectares, almost about 35,000 hectares were allocated to companies in order to develop the state agriculture. And we have subsidized agricultural sector or agricultural inputs. The state government has subsidized agricultural input like fertilizers, like seeds, like pesticides to all the farmers. And like the smallholders farmers, we are given 20 to 30% of this type of subsidy. Well, the other beneficiary have got 10% of this type of inputs. After harvesting or cultivating, then they will return what they make. They will pay back the loan that were given to them, but there is subsidy into the loan they're given.
We know with the issue of climate change, climate change, issue of the pattern of rainfall and all of that could be a problem, a challenge to agricultural production. So tell us how you leveraging smart agriculture, for instance, irrigation and other things. What are you doing in that area to ensuring that you have all year round farming in the Jigawa State?
Yeah. Jigawa State is leveraging climate smart agricultural and irrigation farming in order to boost the year farming through several initiatives.
Yeah, all year round farming.
All year. Yeah. And on this climate, we promote drought resistant crops.
Oh, wonderful.
And also, Jigawa State invested significantly in irrigation system.
Wow.
Like now we have about 10 dams that we implemented power solar within the dams. And also we have solar power vegetables, which is constructed in 5 solar vegetable centers under this climate resilience. And we also have this dry farming, which the state commission live larger scale irrigations project along Jama'ari and some other river basin. So on this, we have the Jigawa State has enrolled about 100,000 farmers into a digital platform to boost the smart agricultural, providing access to digital, then smart GIS, then an all driving advisory process and the system.
So how are you bringing in smallholder farmers into this picture? Smallholder farmers.
I have told you on the small farmers holders, the Jigawa State has given, they subsidize the inputs, the fertilizers, the seeds the pesticide of almost 20 to 30% in order to assist these farmers.
Okay, so one thing that we talk about collaboration, partnership. Yeah, you are partnering with a private, sector in Jigawa State.
Yes.
Of course, you're helping a smaller, older farmers to boost production. Let me also ask you, Your Excellency, what level of support and collaboration are you having with the federal government?
We have partnered with federal government, and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. They have introduced dry season farming, which they wanted to allocate. We receive almost about 40,000 hectares, which in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Works, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, in order to have this collaboration, so that at least they give us some of the inputs to give it to the farmers. So within the year 2023-2024, we have cultivated about 55,000 of this wheat.
Oh, wonderful.
And 2024-2025, that was last dry season, we have done about 105,000 cultivation of the wheat, just with collaboration with the federal government. And now we are expecting this year, 2025-2026, to cultivate 150,000 hectares.
So what were your expectations for the CEO Forum?
Well, I expect to have meaningful discussions around Nigeria's economic trajectory. As you know, we're operating in an environment in which there are lots of uncertainties from a global point of view, and then within Nigeria itself, there's a very active reform program going on. So I expect to come here and listen to perspectives that will help me in making decisions for my organization. I also expect to meet fellow CEOs and, share different views with them, again, around the challenges of operating in this environment and the things that we need to do differently. Of course, I'm also in the business of offering advice, so it's also an opportunity for me to connect with my clients and potential clients and talk about how we can assist them to deal with the challenges that they're facing.
So I see that your organization is part of the partners for this event. What was the decision that led you to say, I want to partner with BusinessDay for this event?
Well, for us, we look at partnering with like-minded organizations and credible organizations. And I would say over the years, we've found BusinessDay to be an organization that has similar sorts of values to ourselves, and also an organization that, just like us, is intent on helping to drive positive change in Nigeria. So for me, it was a no-brainer to say, well, if BusinessDay is doing this and it's all aimed at improving the level of discourse, driving change in Nigeria, that's what we like to do as well. So it was a no-brainer to partner, and we've had a long association with BusinessDay.
Looking at our current economic reforms, do you think that they are effective?
Well, Neoma, I'll say it depends who you ask that question. What we're seeing is that the reforms are showing early signs of recovery. So we're seeing some positive indices. We're seeing, for instance, the predictions around the growth of our GDP. This year, we expect to do about 3.4%, which is the best it's been in the last couple of years. Look at what has happened in the foreign exchange market. Now the rate seems to have stabilized. The gap between the parallel rate and official rate has really closed. Businesses that need foreign exchange are able to access foreign exchange. So there are a lot of positive indices that would suggest that the economy is moving in the right direction. But if you ask the generality of the populace, they will tell you that they don't feel all of this. There's still a lot of hardship. Inflation is still high, food prices are still high, the price of everything has gone up. So that's why I would say it depends on who you speak to. The reality, though, Neoma, of reforms is that they take time. And the population needs to be patient. But, you know, someone was saying to me the other day that you keep talking of the long run, that we'll be dead before then. But it does require patience. And I think on the government's part, the government has got to make sure that there's some short-term immediate benefits that the population can feel. When they feel those things, that would encourage the population to exercise patience and allow the reforms to really kick in.
Okay, sir. So I know that the event just started, but currently, what is your major takeaway from the event? Your current experience?
Okay. Well, for me, just listening to Frank's opening address, I feel optimistic that we're going to have some meaningful discussions at this event. Also, when we look at the profile of people who are attending, I think, again, it points to the fact that we're going to have meaningful discussions. I have kick-started the discussions through my own presentation as well. And I think the panel discussions that we're going to have will really give us insights into what's happening in different sectors. So all in all, I look forward to learning a lot and meeting lots of new and interesting people.
What were your expectations from the CEO Forum this year?
Wow, lots of expectations really, because this forum brings together very significant individuals in the private sector and the public sector too. So the conversations that I was expecting to hear, which I am hearing really, are conversations around how the reforms have impacted businesses and what the future looks like, so that people can make strategic decisions as they navigate our terrain and the global economy.
So how has these economic reforms affected your organization and business?
Oh, well, I mean, it's had its impact. For us, we are the largest spirits business in the world, and the implication of that is that whatever happens to the inflation of the country has its implications on the price of our goods. So yes, we've had to increase prices, we've had to manage the complexities that comes with all of the reforms. However, we know that when you look at everything happening positively, in the long run, it's going to be very, very profitable for us as a business, and that's why we're sticking it out and we're working with the government to ensure that we're able to arrive at the destination that the government wants to take us.
So would you say that the Naira devaluation has actually affected your business as well?
Oh yes.
Despite being like a global business?
Oh yes, it has. I mean, the devaluation of the Naira definitely has its impact on our products, because most of our products are produced outside the country, so the implication is very gross. However, like I said, we are finding ways to work with the government to navigate, and more importantly, we understand that there's a long-term effect, which would be a win-win situation for all parties. So that's what we are looking at.
Okay, so there are new tax laws in town, like the latest thing in town now is the new tax law. So how are they going to affect you from next year, because it actually takes effect from next year? So how do you see that affecting you?
Okay, so where the new tax reforms are concerned, as a business, of course, we're studying it. We understand that this was done for the good of the country. So we're studying it, and we're trying to see how it would impact us in terms of our employees, and then we're looking at it holistically, and studying it and trying to see really what the implications would be and how we can practically adjust, to ensure that at the end of the day, everybody wins, There are good things in the tax law, very good things in the tax law, and I think some of the things we've seen, we believe it's the country going in the right direction. Of course, some would cost us now,
definitely.
But we would navigate. As a very resilient company, we would navigate.
Okay, so far the event has been going quite well. I know you agree with me. There have been a couple of sessions and presentations. So what are your major takeaways from those presentations?
Oh, I mean, I would want to reference the presentation of the senior partner of KPMG, specifically Tola Adeyemi. where he mentioned certain things that he believes should be inculcated in every reformation process, right? Number one, communication, which I think is extremely key. So I think the government is doing a lot. Some of those reforms are very good for the country, very good for us in the long term. But I think there's an issue around communicating it enough. Even though I understand that sometimes once you're going to take money out of people's pockets in the immediate, there's nothing you're going to say. But I mean, it doesn't stop the government from communicating and over-communicating, right? As a change management expert, I know that communication is key whenever you want to make any change. And number two, you mentioned patience. You know, us being patient with the process. I think if we do those two things, which was part of what Tola Adeyemi mentioned, I think the results will be positive and people will be more enduring, you know, to go through whatever we need to go through. And at the end of the day, we'll see the light of the day. One other thing he mentioned, which I think is very important, is that, I mean, people at the top must lay a good example. I mean, you know, there's always an issue when people feel we're going through a lot and we see you, all of what we're going through, you know, the monies we are practically bringing together, it looks like you're spending it, even though that might not be the reality. But that perception, you know, becomes extremely important. So I think those three things for me stood out in the conversation.
All right, what was the thing that led you to decide that we need to partner with BusinessDay for this event?
Oh no, so we believe in the project called Nigeria. We believe that for our business to thrive, we have to work with all stakeholders involved. And the government is one of our critical stakeholders, right? So anything that looks like it is going to help us as a country, you know, and BusinessDay is playing a very prominent role in that. And I must commend BusinessDay, really.
Thank you so much.
I must commend BusinessDay. Playing a prominent role in that. We would support it. That is what we do as Penorica, so we would support it. So it was a no-brainer for us.
What would you consider your major takeaway from this forum?
First, I think, you know, I need to congratulate BusinessDay because this is the first time I'm attending this forum, and it's a really powerful one. And the sessions have been quite engaging. I think so far my takeaway here is that, well, first of all, I think there's an acknowledgement that there was a need for reforms because business as usual was not going to take Nigeria to where we needed to be. And then secondly, there is an interrogation of those reforms to see, are they the right ones? Will they last long? And are people feeling the impact of the reforms? And I think the third thing for me will be that it's also good that people are watching and are tracking the impact of these reforms. So it's not just enough to have reforms, it's also important to see what those reforms have achieved. So those are the things I think I have gotten from this so far, and there's a lot more I'm looking forward to hearing more about the others.
So how would you assess the theme of the conference from reform to recovery?
Very important. This administration has been very bold about reforms, and that's one thing everybody agrees on. And having an opportunity for business leaders to come together to reflect on these reforms and actually to see how these reforms are impacting the business environment is really good. So I think they chose the right theme for it. But more importantly, the recovery part of the meeting is one that I really want us to double down on, because it does connote the fact that things were not as they should be. And so when we recover, how do we recover? Do we recover better? Do we recover and build a society that affects and impacts all Nigerians? It's not just recovery the way it was before, where there was a wide gap between those who have and those who don't have. So our recovery should be inclusive, an inclusive type of recovery, an inclusive type of economic growth and transformation.
So how is your organization collaborating with the private sector to accelerate universal health coverage?
Oh, definitely. So the health sector is a mixed health sector we have. We have both the public and the private. In NHIA and in insurance, health insurance, it's a mixed payer market. So I regulate over 80 private health insurance organizations. I accredit to provide services from over almost 10,000 private hospitals, clinics, etc. Right? So already my organization works with the private sector a lot, both by regulating them, but also by buying services from them. And one of the things we can do for the private sector is how do we have policies and regulations that create a level playing field for everybody, so that people that invest their money can plan, they can see where government is going, and they can see how they can key into some of these programs that the government has put in place. But in addition to that, we're also collaborating with them. We have engagements quarterly with different stakeholders. Even when we make policy changes, we ensure that we have dialogue and we have consultative processes that are to work with them, because that's the only way we have to live together. You know, there's a South African saying that, well, they say it's African, that if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go with people. So we have to go together and build the reforms that will impact the Nigerian citizen. And that's really where it is. And it doesn't matter if somebody is sick. He wants care. He wants to be able to afford it. He doesn't care whether it is a public or private hospital, as long as the good quality care is provided. So we must realize that moving Nigeria forward is not something the public sector can do alone, and it's not something the private sector can do alone. So that collaboration and that integration is critical to what we do.
Very good. Because I'm going to ask you, how much of that support, we talk about collaboration, how much of that collaboration, how much of that support, how much of the buying of this private organization are you saying?
A lot. So just yesterday alone, we're looking at how do we make cancer care more affordable, because we know that a lot of people are suffering from it. We are partnering with Roche, the pharmaceutical company, such that people only pay 20% of the cost of cancer drugs. We negotiated with them to pay for 50%, NHI pays 30%, and the beneficiary will only pay for it. And that is private sector collaboration. We're doing that with a lot of other companies. But even in the service delivery, we've seen a lot of, when we had a meeting yesterday, we looked at not just the public providers of cancer care, but we have centers of excellence at our private sector. And we asked them, can we come on board so that we can improve access to all Nigerians? And they all agreed, and they all were part of that call. And so I see a lot of willingness with the private sector who wants true collaboration and partnership with the government. And so what government has to be able to create a level playing field, create strong regulations that create that level playing field for everybody to protect Nigerians. We must never forget that ultimately as government, we're here for public good. That public good could be achieved through public means, it could be achieved through private means.
Absolutely.
As long as it's public good we're following. And so that's our philosophy. And we've got a lot of support, encouragement, and partnership with the private sector.
So how has the event been for you, this CEO Forum by BusinessDay? How has it been?
I've been very much impressed with the event. It's been a very good avenue for CEOs to interact with each other, meet up with the front runners in the oil and gas sector as well as the energy sector. It's been quite a good speech from Dangote on the CEOs Forum opening, and I think it's been very productive for me.
We are speaking about reforms today in the event, from reforms to recovery. There have been a lot of reforms that have been rolling out. Some of them have taken effect already. So I want to know, how has the FX reforms, the current economic reforms, affected your organization?
Well, we are a service providing organization, and we service the oil and gas and energy sector as much as the infrastructure sector in Nigeria. So I would want to say the reforms that have taken place in the last couple of months have had a rather positive effect on our transactions, on our projects, in the sense that we will experience a little bit of stability compared to a lot of fluctuations that had been experienced 2 years ago from the FX unpredictability. Now we can be comfortable with what the FX fluctuations are. The ranges are very much minimal this time around, so that gives us room to be able to plan better, to be able to source for forex, or to be able to convert much of our forex back to naira, to be able to carry out our operations from an equipment and from a service payment background. So it's been stable for us. I would say the reforms have been a bit more positive than negative this time around.
Okay, so you also know about the new tax bill, like, so
it's now
an act, yes. So would you say that it's productive? The new tax laws, do you think they are going to be productive? And also, how are they going to affect your own organization as well?
Okay, so I think the new tax laws have just been signed off by the president, and much implementation have been scheduled for first quarter 2026. So it would be difficult to comment on how this is faring at this point in time. However, I think one of the positives out of these new tax laws is the support that it would give to MSMEs, especially those below the 25 million naira cap. That would be very important to grow MSMEs in Nigeria, and to also encourage a lot of our youths and young entrepreneurs to be able to focus on aggressive growth rather than worry about tax-related setbacks. I think it's a good one, but let's all look out till 2026 and see what plays out once full implementation commences.
Okay, sir. So what are your major takeaways from the event so far?
I think the networking is top-notch. That's my number one takeaway. I think the assemblage of industry leaders is also very encouraging. The environment and the ambience is also great. I think it's world-class standard, and I want to commend BusinessDay, and I want to encourage you. This is your 13th year. We're looking forward to 14, 15, and then 20th year of this, and I think it will continue to grow bigger and bigger. And then I encourage every other CEO that has not been able to take advantage of this opportunity to look forward next year and be sure to partake in this CEOs Forum. It's quite enlightening and informative. Thank you.
Diversifying our economy. I think one thing that is clear is that while we're thinking of diversifying our economy, we still need to grow our oil industry, unfortunately. Right? Why did I say so? The reason is simple. Oil still contributes about 90% of the foreign exchange revenue that we have in Nigeria, and we need that foreign exchange revenue to develop other industry. So by growing our production, we will also diversify the economy. But I think one other thing I would say is that we need to be intentional about it. We've been saying it. Saying it does not make it happen. We've got to take a decisive decision that this is what we want to do. And one of the things that we need to do is to actually invest money in infrastructure. And that is one thing we're not doing in Nigeria. Even if you want to spend money on manufacturing, how are they going to move their goods, their products, from the places of production, to where the consumers will be, right? So we need to invest money on roads. We need to invest money on airports. We need to invest money on railways, going to move food. We need to invest money on telecommunications. I mean, it's always difficult to communicate across Nigeria. So one thing we need to do is to take the savings from oil and invest in infrastructure. That's the only way we can diversify, and government has got to be intentional about it.
That's very interesting, sir. Okay, how do you assess the impact of Nigeria's current fiscal and monetary policies on the private sector and productivity and capital inflow overall?
Well, I think one of the reasons why investors will come and invest in a particular country, right, among so many reasons, is the fiscal policies in a country. The fiscal policy must be such, right, that will be sustainable, that will be such that will promote growth, right? When you look at what we're currently doing in Nigeria, it's all about growth. It's not about increasing tax revenue. But we're saying to ourselves, how do we balance increasing revenue, right, with achieving sustainable growth? And so we've embarked on, massive reforms. All right, it's going to take time for the result of those reforms to show, but we are on the way, to recovery. We are on the way to growth. All we need to do is to be patient and be diligent in the implementation of those policies.
Okay, so regarding like the reforms, you see that we have like the tax bill that has just been passed into law. What is your take on the new laws?
Oh yeah, I get this sacked every time. I think the first thing I would like to say is that when you look at the tax bill, first and foremost, it's not something that is novel. It's a consolidation of all our existing laws, right? And the whole idea of consolidating law is to ensure that ambiguities are eliminated. It's also to ensure that there are no gaps. Because you can imagine if you have tax provision in several laws and you have to be looking at various laws to know what the tax law is saying, it creates problem, right? And so the best thing we've done is to consolidate. That's one. And then the second thing that we've done is that there are some provisions that were made to grow our revenue and to also develop the country. And so when you look at some of the provisions, there are some provisions that gladden my heart. So for example, can you imagine if a company is making losses and that company still has to pay taxes? Where is he going to pay taxes from? From capital. So that is one of the things that we've gotten rid of. But the other thing that we've done is that we've also latched on to international practices, right? By bringing in what we call, effective tax rates. In other words, it doesn't matter what incentive we've given to you. If your tax rate is below 15%, you still have to pay something. So I like that provision. And there are some provisions also that have been done, right, to actually, encourage growth. And I think we just need to wait, for the implementation. But one thing I would say is that we must ensure that we diligently implement the provisions of the tax bill. Now, it's not a perfect bill, but it's the best way to start.
Okay, sir, what are your major takeaways from this event?
I think this is a great event. This is not my first time of attending. I've attended so many of these events, and anytime I come in, I always find it very refreshing. I mean, I find it as a platform to connect with people. I find it as a platform to engage with like-minded people, and I think I must congratulate BusinessDay, for doing this, for many years and sustaining the tempo. So for me, it's something I would recommend to everyone. Anybody who has never attended this event should look forward to coming into one, soon. It comes in highly recommended.
It is always tough to developing country to do business in. Okay, so we have that experience also, and we are not that it will be really very easy going forward in Nigeria. We have seen worst, but now recently a lot of reforms has happened, which is really transforming the model of doing business in Nigeria. There are some more. The implementation of reforms is to be done in a very correct manner, so that it really adds values to the business. So that is what is now. The reforms are there, but the implementations are really slow. So if some governance come that to really make those reforms, I think it will really add value to the Nigerian economy. Secondly, what I feel, the education to the youth, the quality of education is to be enhanced, because the quality of education means that will drive the workforce. So there will be no foreign workforce much required. That also will really make a competitive market. Otherwise, what happens, then the cost of the projects will be high if you bring all the expatriates and all that. So if you can constrain those and then add value to the training to the people and to the youth, the quality of education, that will really turn around. And to be honest, Nigerians have good IQ, good capacity to develop themselves, and they can really turn around. We have seen that all these oil companies, which are international oil companies, the offshore assets are already into the hands of Nigerians now. So that has really turned around the whole dynamics of the country. And then after taking that, the capacity has increased. You understand? Means when they were foreign operators, the capacity was not that much, but recently the capacity has increased with the numbers what we saw now. So that is also adding my knowledge, also personal knowledge, when I'm at this forum. So yeah, this is a good platform for knowledge sharing also, to understand what the other business people are looking all around, and to what their inputs are and how they are trying to add value to the country, economy, to the growth and sustainability of the country. All those things we can see now. So it was a very good experience and very fortunate to be here on this forum. I'm a fan of Business Day. I'm reading Business Day almost like for last 10 years. So always on my desk is Business Day. So from there only I got this, that the Business Day is having a forum. I could not attend.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I'm Destiny Momo. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Kebbi mine sealed over alleged illegal 1.4 trillion naira lithium extraction. And Tinubu government deliberately destroying the north, says Babachir Lawal. Wayforo suspends 87 officials, including commissioners, for skipping state function. Russia strikes prison in Ukraine, killing 17 and wounding dozens. CAF announces record $10.4 million Chan prize money. And now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the mining marshals of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps have sealed an illegal lithium mining operation in Libata, Ngaski local government area of Kebbi State, accusing the operators of violating mining laws and defrauding the federal government of over 1.43 trillion naira. And the enforcement team, acting under the mandate of the Federal High Court, revealed that the operation was linked to a firm now under investigation for large-scale mineral theft and regulatory breaches. According to officials, the company alleged the collaboration with unnamed foreign nationals illegally extracted lithium valued at 1.4 trillion naira over 2 years. Regulators, however, say the firm far exceeded the scope of its small-scale mining license and exploration license, encroaching on cadastral units lawfully owned by another title holder. Moving on, the former secretary to the government of the Federation, Babachir Lawal, has revealed that President Bola Tinubu's administration is not just ignoring northern Nigeria in infrastructure development, but actively dismantling the region's gains. According to reports, Lawal lamented that the North has been effectively cut off from ongoing federal projects, echoing similar claims by former Kano Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso earlier accused the Tinubu administration of marginalizing the North in national infrastructure investment, a claim backed by Lawal. Lawal, a former stalwart of the All Progressive Congress, also questioned the party's prospects in the North ahead of the next elections. To end the local news, Ebonyi Governor Francis Wayforo has suspended 87 government officials, including commissioners, senior special assistants, and permanent secretaries. The governor, in a statement released by his chief press secretary on Monday Uzo, revealed that they were suspended for failing to attend an important government function. Also added that the affected officials are to proceed on a 1-month working suspension without salary. The announcement listed 25 commissioners, 14 senior special assistants, 24 special assistants, and 22 permanent secretaries as those affected by the governor's directive. According to the statement, the suspension takes immediate effect, while suspended officials are barred from signing any official documents during the period. And now moving on to the foreign scene, Ukrainian officials have revealed that a Russian airstrike on a prison in a frontline region in southeastern Ukraine has killed 17 people, wounding 42 others. Report by the regional leader, Ivan Fedorov, revealed that the overnight attack in Zaporizhia also damaged surrounding homes. The report showed that Russian forces launched 8 strikes using high-explosive aerial glide bombs. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, however, condemned the Russia's deliberate strike on the grounds of a correctional facility, accusing Moscow of killing Ukrainians when a ceasefire could have long been in place. And now to end the news, the Confederation of African Football has announced a record total prize pool of $10.4 million for the 2024 African Nations Championship, marking a major financial boost and signaling of the organization's intent to elevate the competition's stature. For the first time in the tournament's history, the eventual champions will pocket a staggering $3.5 million, an increase of 75% from the $2 million awarded to the winners of the last edition. The football officials added that the runner-up will receive $1.2 million, while the third and fourth place teams will walk away with $700,000 and $600,000 respectively. CAF President Patrice Motsepe revealed that the increase in prize money reflects the Federation's ongoing efforts to promote and invest in African football at all levels. Now, this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day TV News at noon. I am Destiny Mama. Keep watching Business Day TV. Good afternoon.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 29th.
On this day in 1904, J.R.D. Tata was born in Paris, France. He was an Indian businessman and aviation pioneer who created India's first airline and oversaw the dramatic expansion of the Tata Group, India's largest industrial empire. Tata was born into a wealthy Indian family but grew up in France, making French his first language. A childhood encounter with aviation pioneer Louis Belroy sparked his lifelong passion for aircraft. He studied in France, Japan, and England, and served a year in the French army, planning to attend Cambridge for engineering. However, in 1925, he returned to India to join the Tata family business, a major conglomerate founded by his great-grandfather in 1868. Within a year of joining the family business, Tata's father died, and he became director of Tata Sons. He gave up his French citizenship in 1929 and became one of the first Indians with a commercial pilot's license. In 1932, he launched Tata Air Mail, which evolved into Tata Airlines and later Air India in 1946. At age 34, he became the youngest chairman of Tata Sons in 1938. Under his leadership, the Tata Group expanded significantly into diverse industries including steel, power, hospitality, chemicals, autos, IT, and finance. Although Air India was nationalized in 1953, Tata remained its chairman until 1978. He stepped down from Tata Sons in 1991, by which time the Tata Group's 80-plus companies were generating around $4 billion annually. Tata was an early supporter of family planning and founded the Family Planning Foundation in 1971. He received several major awards, including the Padma Vibhushan, the United Nations Population Award in 1992, and the Daniel Guggenheim Medal. In 1992, he was honored with the Bharat Ratna, India's highest civilian award. And on this day in 1989, Prince Charles and Lady Diana Spencer were married in St. Paul's Cathedral in London. It was the most talked about wedding of the year and was watched on television by millions of people worldwide. 15 years later, the couple divorced in 1996.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV.
environment of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Industry Focus on BDTV, where we spotlight several industries locally and globally to identify their economic and, of course, business values. And, of course, again, how it affects GDP of Nigeria, lives of Nigerians, and everyone so far. I'm Onyeka Valentine. Welcome to the show. We've got 4 segments for you all listed out, and it's going to be engaging. Our first segment, like we always do it, is the business quote of the day on finance. That will come to you. Segment number 2, we've got Captain's Opinion, where we have our esteemed guest, Prince Aliyu Audu, right? He's the Vice President of Nigerian Irish Business Association. In that segment, he'll be joining us. And then right after that, or rather during that, we'll be discussing the pulse of prosperity as our topic to find out how the finance industry fuels Nigeria's economic growth. And of course, our segment number 3, Deal or No Deal, where we throw out what is currently happening and allow our guests to tell us if this is good for Nigerians or is it no deal for Nigeria. And our segment number 4, Retrospect, where we will dive a bit into global themes and global issues and talk about what's happening GDP in the US. All this coming your way. So don't touch that dial. This afternoon, it will be a great one. Industry Focus. My name, Onyeka Valentine. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Let's jump into this. Business quote of the day on finance, which is more important because that drives, everything that has to do with the economy and drives that which is necessary for the country. So it says here, in Nigeria, financial services, telecoms, and entertainment have driven growth more than oil. I'll take it again. It says, in Nigeria, financial services, telecoms, and entertainment have driven growth more than oil. It's not my quote, rather it's the quote of Mr. Oscar Onyema. All right, you guys know him so well, the CEO of Nigerian Stock Exchange. That quote was dropped a while ago. All right, so let's take a quick break. When we come back, let's start the show for real, where we have our guest standing by. I will give you robust information about our guest so that you know why he's the right person to talk about finance and how it grows Nigeria's economy. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you wrote that one down for those of you who are financial experts, and you probably will need something to power your day. That quote was there to power your day. So let's jump straight into the captain's segment of our show. We call it the guest segment, is where our industry captains weigh in their opinions. Very important. So yes, industry focus it is, the guest segment of this program that gives you that which you need. Let me give you a robust information about our guest in case you don't know. Our guest today is Mr. Prince Aliyu Audu. He is the CEO of Hatfield Energy Group and, of course, a member Planning Committee Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, NDIS. Mr. Prince Audu is also a professional banker, right? A professional banker and economist by training. He is equally the vice president of the Nigerian Irish Business Association, a seasoned investor in energy, real estate, development, and because of his love for this nation, which is nation building, he returned from diaspora to add value to Nigeria and Nigerians. Prince Aliyu is also passionate about connecting Nigerians in diaspora with opportunities to contribute to the development of their fatherland, hence his active involvement with NDIS. Help me welcome my guest. He's right there, reaching us via Zoom, joining us on this program. Mr. Aliyu, thank you so much for gracing us with your wonderful presence. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic,
thank you very much.
fantastic.
Thank you for having me.
I hope I was able
Thank
to
you.
give you robust information about you.
Sorry?
As I hope I was able to give you robust information about you.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. You did a wonderful job.
All right, fantastic, fantastic. Thank you for joining
Thank
us.
you.
Right, let's jump right into this. I know you're itching to give us all the great answers, so let's jump into it. Money, 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 they say, right? If well managed, is key to the growth of an economy. We all know this, but Nigeria is quite, we're quite large as a number, and of course, they're quite robust in different areas. So I want to know, in the spirit of the pulse of prosperity, as a financial expert and of course an economist globally known, how do you think, right, the finance industry fuels Nigeria's economic growth such a way that we can begin to see that the engine of the finance industry pulls the heart and the core of Nigeria? In other words, industry as Nigeria's economic engine, what are its core contributions to growth?
Thank you very much. Yes, as you said, the finance sector is a very, very important sector because it's anything, our daily lives, we have to use finance. In carrying out any transaction, you need finance. So finance sector is a very, very important part of our lives and the life of our country. Now, economic growth is a very important aspect too, and finance contributes greatly to economic growth because its core contributions ranges from mobilizing savings and investment. As you can see, if through our financial institutions, people are able to save their money and invest their money in various ways. If you want to say, if you save your money, if you want to invest in any business at all, the banking sector most especially offers you various products like the savings account. Right. So that is one of the core sectors that core functions of the financial sector in economic development. Another one is from capital formation. Now, it facilitates capital formation in the sense that if people use the bank as a means, as a store of value, right, store of money, they store their savings, they store their money in the banks. And with this savings, banks put it together as what they call deposits and give it out as loans to businesses. Okay. So that is another core function of the financial institution. Okay. Another one is promoting financial inclusion. Mm-hmm. As you can see, majority of money is outside the banking system. Now, the banks, the financial institutions, help to reach out to places that do not have these financial institutions. For example, mobile banking. Mobile banking has come to be very effective and has helped people to move money easily, especially farmers in rural areas. So people that do not have access to the banking system, through the financial sectors, savings account, mobile banking, so on and so forth, they are able to be included in the financial equation. Right. And as such, they are able to also access finance in terms of loans to do their businesses.
Speaking of loans,
supporting another core function.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Okay. So speaking of loans, I don't mean to cut your trail of thoughts. You're doing wonderfully well. But speaking of loans, it kind of jumps me into our next question. Just to tie it in, right? In your view, what are the primary ways Nigerians, or rather Nigeria as a whole, right, encompassing the banking sector, capital market, and areas like that, insurance and other financial sectors and services directly contribute to our nation's economic growth and overall GDP from this angle of loans you spoke about?
Okay. That's true. Now, financial intimidation and efficiency. As you can see, we have different sectors in the economy. Capital market, the manufacturing sector. Let's focus on the manufacturing sector, for example. Now, and the agricultural sector. We all know that these sectors require a great deal of finance in order to produce. If you want to start up a manufacturing factory, let's say pure water or what have you, you will need an amount for you to start the business. Right. And in most cases, most businesses do not have the startup capital. And that's why when they approach banks, some might have and might not have enough. So banks, financial institutions act as the bridging capital, as the bridging, to provide the bridging capital for this, for businesses, manufacturing, the steel sector, the rail sector. So it plays a very, very critical role in supporting different facets of the economy in providing loan. Now, where is this loan coming from? These are savings that have been acquired, that have been accumulated over time from you and I, from majority of Nigerians. This is a store of value, and this is translated into loans for businesses in different sectors. And this stimulates the economy because through this, businesses are able to trade. You trade, you produce, you manufacture, whatever you're manufacturing, be it clothing, be it shoes, be it water, be it even food production. Financial institutions are very important because they support SMEs. SMEs constitute about 98% of the economy, 90 to 98% of the economy. And without, majority of people, as we know, even in developed countries, don't have the finance. And as such, financial institutions are there to assist people, to assist SMEs in order to start production. So it plays a very, very, very important role in the economy, in supporting economic growth as well.
Fantastic, fantastic. Again, our questions just go back to back. It enables us to stay in the right corner with it. So this one, I know you're conversant with this. Speaking about mobilization, right? How does it mobilize capital, right? Facilitate trade and enable investment across other crucial sectors. Having in mind that, of course, we are also looking at maintaining some equilibrium as we move ahead.
Financial sectors play a very, very important role in facilitating trade, promoting trade, facilitating trade, and supporting trade in that regard. So if, for example, now, a businessman wants to go to a foreign country to buy goods and services, you don't necessarily have to have cash. You can go into that country, and financial institutions have what they call letters of credit. So if you open a letter of credit in Nigeria, for example, you can go to another country, say Turkey, for example, if you're a ship, or China, if you're buying maybe building materials. And that is acceptable to the banks or to the suppliers in China. So without necessarily having cash, the financial institution, through electronic transfer and letters of credit and APGs and what have you, can support trade. can make trade possible. So businessmen can open an account in Nigeria and go to China just by filling documents and be able to secure goods worth millions and billions of naira just by paper document. This also helps in risk mitigation in terms of it reduces the risk of loss of money or capital and creates a safe way to transact businesses. Also in formulation, as I said previously, the banks act as a conduit for saving and storing money, meaning the money that they gather from majority of the people is used to also promote trade by providing credit to these businessmen to be able to buy their goods and services, sell, and then pay at an interest. So these are various ways that finance promotes trade.
Okay, speaking about promoting trade, I mean, we hear you very, very loud, very clearly, and you're making a great point. But now, again, most of our viewers want to know, when it comes to being quite effective with finance and some other kind of businesses, all within different sectors and industries, like, manufacturing, you have agriculture, you have oil and gas, and then you have, these are on the upstream and the downstream people, those who run SMEs, like I did mention agriculture in different areas. How do you see, in other words, what do you think they should look into if you want to start a small business? And you're looking at agriculture, you're looking at, like your POS, like you said, what are the things they should look at or worry about? Or better still, what are the questions you should ask those financial experts?
Oh, okay. Well, I think in a nutshell, you're asking what sort of support for businesses in terms of POS and what have you. Is that what you're asking?
Most definitely. I mean, in the agricultural sector, those who are starting small scale business, you can name it all, in the normal buying and selling. We have some people who are into real estate, but they are starting small and they're wondering, right? Will banks support them? What are the hurdles? What are the challenges they might face? And stuff like that.
Okay, absolutely. Now, one of the critical issues that businesses have faced in terms of getting support from financial institutions and banks is interest rate, accessibility to credit. Now, a lot of businesses complain how difficult it is for them to access credit. That is a major issue that that businesses are facing, and they are trying to get banks to provide credit for them. The interest rate is very high, and then the requirements in order to be able to access facilities is also very difficult. And that is not helping SMEs. Normally, in developed countries, there's what they call the credit system. You don't have to have a collateral to get a loan for an SME. That is not important. As long as you have a good credit history, they can give you even millions of dollars or naira, as long as you qualify and you have a good credit history. That is lacking in our current financial system, or it's not very developed. Banks are only, financial institutions are avoiding lending to SMEs, which is not good. They focus on making money from the big multilateral companies like Dangote, MTN, so on and so forth. So that is a requirement that the CBN that's an aspect that is lacking in the financial system. And the CBN needs to do more in getting banks to lend to the real sector. Lending to the real sector without necessarily having collateral. I mean, majority of Nigerians or businesses are small-scale businesses. Where are they going? And startups. Where are they going to get collaterals from? Especially look at the POS business man, so on and so forth. And now that takes me to another point. The regulators. What is the CBN doing? The CBN in the past has come up with schemes that support different sectors of the economy, like agriculture, the agricultural credit scheme. That is good in its own sense, but we need to see more of that. We need to see more of that in the real sector, supporting the ordinary man. We don't want to hear that there are facilities or there are schemes set up for a particular sector and people are not able to access it. That is a major problem we are facing in spreading liquidity in the Nigerian financial system. So the money needs to trickle down to the common man, to the common businesses. That is the only way you are going to eliminate poverty. That is the only way you are going to create employment. And that is the only way you're going to make people economically active. So that is an area I fault the banks. They don't give enough credit to the to SMEs. Now, Solodo, the former CBN governor, addressed that by creating the microfinance banks. Now, microfinance banks are not also lending to micro businesses. Rather, they are focusing on lending to people with collateral or businesses with collateral or companies. That shouldn't be so. As the word says, microfinance is for micro businesses and it should be an uncollateralized lending. That is what we want to see. We want to see more of that in the economy, and that is going to stimulate the economy, and that's what we need in Nigeria right now, because a lot of Nigerians are complaining. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great stuff, great stuff. I mean, we can go on and on. This is getting more interesting. I'm almost tempted not to interrupt you because you just have it well packed. Most definitely we'll do a part 2 of this. But before we go away, we still have one more question or two. We still have our deal or no deal coming up. But before we ask about the deal or no deal, let's know. So finally, or rather, before we go finally, we want to find out, as an economist, right, financial expert, and a well-seasoned banker, what are the steps your company has taken to help better the lives of Nigerians as a financial expert?
Oh, thank you. This is one of the steps I take. I go around educating Nigerians about finance, about the economy. And I also, not only do I educate Nigerians through my various channels, YouTube, medias, I also speak on behalf of Nigerians to the government and to big financial institutions on the need for them to ease their regulatory requirements and make finance more accessible to the ordinary Nigerian. For example, now, mortgages. We have a deficiency of over 20 million housing in Nigeria, and we need to start the selling mortgages. Banks need to start giving out mortgages to majority of Nigerians. Another thing I've done, we have started the Hartfield Microfinance Bank, as well as the Hartfield Financial Institution. What we are trying to do is to reach out to the ordinary Nigerians. We want to do banking in the unusual way. We want to be able to reach out to people in the rural areas. We want to give out loans to SMEs, uncollateralized loans, using technology. Now, with your phone, you can just pick up your phone and apply for a loan. You don't need to go out of your house or your comfort zone. You can even request an appointment. We come directly to you. We see what you're doing and we'll support you. So these are the little ways that we are trying to support the financial sector in Nigeria and rewrite the script, as you may say. Our dream is for every Nigerian, or most Nigerians, that are economically viable to have access to finance. When you have access to finance, that is the only way the economy is going to grow. That is the only way you're going to eliminate poverty. That is the only way you're going to create employment. So these are the steps we're taking. A group of us, ex-bankers, have come together to try and to promote financial inclusion, to try and make finance reach to majority of Nigerians.
All right, Mr. Ali.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I must say, like I did say, we cannot exhaust everything today. But before we go, right? First, I want to thank you for the job that you're doing, and like we always say, more grease to your elbows. But before we go,
thank you.
The recent news about Tinubu's $21 billion loan approval. Do you see it as a deal or no deal for Nigeria and Nigerians? Straight to the point. We have only 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's what they call the debt trap. We have been borrowing.
Right.
I think it's time to reduce the borrowing because what we're setting for ourselves is the debt trap. After borrowing, we have to pay back this money. Now, how are we going to pay back this money? Through our future income. So borrowing, I don't think is the best news for Nigeria right now. We need to reduce borrowing. We need to look for other ways to generate income, like our tax systems that are not very developed, and going into, reducing leakages in different aspects of the economy, and also providing infrastructure. We don't have a train system. Now, how much are we borrowing? We're borrowing $21 billion. That is enough to provide railway for the whole of Nigeria. So if this borrowing is targeted at a specific infrastructure, like railway around the whole of Nigeria that can repay itself comfortably, then I don't see anything wrong with borrowing. But if there is no path to income generation for the loan to pay itself 2 times and over, then I fault the borrowing. Thank you very much.
So it is a no deal if they don't have direction for the borrowing?
Absolutely. No deal if there's no direction for the borrowing.
All right.
Borrowing should be supported with income stream that would, over time, pay off the borrowing, not only pay it, but begin to generate income. That's where we need to focus on now, because we have a lot of infrastructural deficit, road, railway, and if we are able to put this infrastructure in place, we're not only going to generate more income, we are going to improve the economy. The GDP is going to grow because the economy will be more efficient. The movement from Kano to Lagos by businessmen will be much, much quicker, and that brings about development. So movement of goods and services as well. If the farmer in Kano wants to send goods to agricultural products to Lagos, it takes a day. Wastage is reduced. It brings down inflation as well, because the rail system is the cheapest means of transportation. And efficiency means that waste is eliminated. This in the long run reduces cost and makes the economy more efficient. So if borrowing is targeted at providing the most important infrastructure we need in Nigeria, that will definitely repay itself, then I support that. Without that path to income generation, then I'm sorry, I don't support any borrowing. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Aliu. We've been speaking with a prolific speaker, of course, an economist, and with no, I'll put it this way, with no hold back, someone who is a professional when it comes to financial analysis, and of course, as a financial expert. Thank you so much, Mr. Aliu. We appreciate you. We hope when we call upon you again, you will give us a part 2 of this. You've been quite robust with your information, and without a doubt, you gave us great insight and you made justice to this topic. Thank you so much, sir. Are you still there? Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Right.
All right, you guys have heard him. For those of you who are planning on having your businesses, in different ways started up, don't be afraid. Go out there, ask for help, look for people who are professionals to advise you. But very more importantly, let's remember that the Nigerian economy runs on finance, most definitely. And the core of the show, which is industry focus, as finance is our topic, and how it generates and moves the gears and corners of Nigeria. Hopefully you've seen everything and you've heard all that needs to be heard. Until next week, hey, stay strong. And remember this, every industry matters. My name is Onyeka Valentine, right here on BDTV. Bye-bye for now.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 29th.
On this day in 1904, J.R.D. Tata was born in Paris, France. He was an Indian businessman and aviation pioneer who created India's first airline and oversaw the dramatic expansion of the Tata Group, India's largest industrial empire. Tata was born into a wealthy Indian family but grew up in France, making French his first language. A childhood encounter with aviation pioneer Louis Belroy sparked his lifelong passion for aircraft. He studied in France, Japan, and England, and served a year in the French army, planning to attend Cambridge for engineering. However, in 1925, he returned to India to join the Tata family business, a major conglomerate founded by his great-grandfather in 1868. Within a year of joining the family business, Tata's father died, and he became director of Tata Sons. He gave up his French citizenship in 1929 and became one of the first Indians with a commercial pilot's license. In 1932, he launched Tata Air Mail, which evolved into Tata Airlines and later Air India in 1946. At age 34, he became the youngest chairman of Tata Sons in 1938. Under his leadership, the Tata Group expanded significantly into diverse industries including steel, power, hospitality, chemicals, autos, IT, and finance. Although Air India was nationalized in 1953, Tata remained its chairman until 1978. He stepped down from Tata Sons in 1991, by which time the Tata Group's 80-plus companies were generating around $4 billion annually. Tata was an early supporter of family planning and founded the Family Planning Foundation in 1971. He received several major awards, including the Padma Vibhushan, the United Nations Population Award in 1992, and the Daniel Guggenheim Medal. In 1992, he was honored with the Bharat Ratna, India's highest civilian award. And on this day in 1989, Prince Charles and Lady Diana Spencer were married in St. Paul's Cathedral in London. It was the most talked about wedding of the year and was watched on television by millions of people worldwide. 15 years later, the couple divorced in 1996.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to Market Pulse, where we explore, survey, listen to, and catch up with industries in the market and how the economy affects them. The market is buzzing from food to fashion, lifestyle, and everything in between. I am Amanda Emosigwe from BDTV, ready to blow your mind. What's the pulse in this market? On this episode of Market Pulse, we are exploring the food market. We went all the way to Lekki and Obalende market to know how inflation has affected the current market prices.
How much is this carton?
It's EV.
250. That's the last price.
Yeah.
The fuel subsidy removal in May 2023 caused a hike in fuel prices, but it did not stop there. It also cut across all areas, including the food industry.
The first subsidy is gone.
Interacting with the sellers of foodstuff at Lekki Market, we captured current price situation in comparison with that from previous years.
I've been in it since my childhood.
it's my grandma's business. So when she's an elder person now, so we asked her to Rex. That's why we take me and my elder sister. That's our last one inside. It has really affected us based on no plantain. You usually have seasons. So when there is no season like this, it used to be very, very expensive than the rates we usually buy before. Now it's very, very expensive. From last 2 years back, is the prices are still better than this year. Like then when it is season, we usually buy plantain dozen, maybe 40,000, 30,000 per 12 head. It's called dozen. When it is season, we usually buy 30,000, 40,000. When it's not the season, we usually buy 200,000 per dozen, 250. Yeah, last 2 years, 250, 180, depending on the size of the plantains. So now that like this year now, when it is season, we usually buy a dozen of plantains, 60,000, 50,000 per dozen. Yeah, this year, when it's the season, you buy 40, 50, depending on the size. And when it's not the season at all, we usually buy 250, 300, 350 per dozen. That's 12 head per dozen. We don't increase the price, we reduce out of what we are selling. We let them know that it's not the season already, and them too, they will know that it's not the season. Even if it's the season, they will see plantain everywhere. But when it's not the season, they won't be able to get maybe close to their house. They have to come to the market to get it. So they don't have choice than to buy it.
I get like 3 years for this market. Back of us, like 30K. Now you don't like 80K now. Last week, feel like 40,000. Now like this one, 180 this one now. This one is 180 now. Last week, like 40K. I don't increase the money because for our business, I don't have money for a day. That's for years. I don't increase the money again. I go tell them because I tell them the market don't have money. Just I go add my own self. 2 years where it passed, feel like where 2 years passed. Where today I go get it and reach like 2x. Just I manage. It's too easy.
We bought it in bunch. So one bunch before is 1,000, but now we got it 2,000. So it affects us very, very, very well. We have to increase the price we sold it before. Before, when we got it 1,000, we sell it 200. When we go to the market, we have to get the price the way. So now the price, one of this leaf is 500 naira. Customer complains so much. It's our business. We know how we are going to sell it and how we are going to speak to the customer. We have to reduce the quantity, because if we don't reduce the quantity, we have to have the low price. We are going to short on the market because of the transport money, the one where the market we bought from the market, the increase of the transport money in a month. Like 4 months ago, we can see like let's say 50,000, but now in a month is hard to see 20,000. Yes, it's hard to see 20,000.
They are finished their work, but to do freedom is they don't have money to do it. That's why they come here. They come and help us to sell market. Maybe we can give them 1.5 a day. When they go tomorrow morning, the next day they come, then we give them another money.
Deciding to get answers from other sources, we shifted our gaze and redirected our steps to the Obalende market, where we interacted with other food sellers, and not so surprisingly, there was an outburst.
We used to buy basket of tomato that time, 5,000, 3,000, 2,000. Sometimes we dey buy one basket of tomato 1.8, and we are shedding it 100 naira. Sometimes 50 naira. But now it's too expensive. One basket of tomato for market now is 120,000. Well, it's not supposed to be like that. So by then, something is not moving on well. We cannot even sell a basket of tomato finish a day. All our customers, all the people that we used to supply, when something is going higher, then reduce and go back, they cannot even buy anything for us. Like a bag of pepper now, we used to buy a bag of pepper 3,000, 4,000. But now a bag of pepper, that flour is 200,000, 150, 120. We used to call one patanla. That patanla is 1,500 naira before. That patanla now is now 80,000, 100,000. How are we going to save it? We are shedding 5 pieces of pepper, 500. How many people used to do soup? If you wanted to do soup for your house now, if you want to buy pepper to satisfy yourself, You buy pepper around like a 6,000 or 7,000 to satisfy yourself before you buy pomo. I really want to buy pomo to buy gbogbo. If you want to do soup to satisfy yourself, you go to use almost 20,000. And everything there is expensive. So we cannot even, I don't even know the adjective I can use to qualify it. I don't know the adjective. This is what I used to train all my children to the university level. But now, I don't hold it. If to send abroad, I need to stay out and be paying me salary. But Nigeria is not like that. All the benefits we supposed to benefit for Nigeria, our government, they don't do it for us. Because by now, as this my age now, I'm not supposed to be roaming up and down for road. I'm supposed to get house to be paying me my salary. But our government, they don't do it. Some now, their children, they school, like 4, 5. How are they going to cope? And when primary school are paying money like a university, some don't withdraw children for school. Some their children are going private, they cannot cope. So I start from small, like 15 years. That time when I start, I dey buy yam. We dey buy two like this. We dey buy yam for 50 kobo. We don't dey buy yam now like one now. We go buy am like 4, 5. Me sef I go come sell am like 5,000 because I can't lie. So everything is going higher, up. All markets now they expenses now. Things are increased every day. Like this one now, I buy 100. 1 tubasha, we buy it 5,000. I pay for grant. Then I pay for biro. Biro that is bringing it for me every day. He collects 1,000 every day. So I have to put that money on top of that market. Now pay motor, now like 100 now. We carry it 6,000 for 100. Motor we carry it 6,000. I have to put that money on top and borrow money before I come make my own gain. That transportation, make they carry am down. They bring the market from north. We beg government. We no do shakara. They make the help us so that they go bring market. They go bring the fuel down so that the market sef will come down.
15,500 now we used to buy it before the carton. Now 51,500 we are buying it now for this thing 4 corners. So we have 3 slates. That 3 slates is 63,000. So the 4 corner is 51,500 we are buying it now. Before this set now, I used to sell it 200 naira. So now it's 500. So the one of this thing 300 naira, 400 naira. So it's 1,000 naira I'm selling it now.
Used to buy like 300, like 5,000, 6,000, like 100, 200 pieces that you come and you sell it in the market. Now tomato come down. Now you used to buy like 50,000, 60,000 now. The price that I first start, I had like 5,000 in my hand to start. When I take that 5,000 naira to go and buy pomo, small, I'm seeing some of game small inside. This one that I been now, I cannot be selling it finished today. Tomorrow I'll come and sell another one tomorrow. I'm managing it small because I'm buying the pomo small so that I can so that I can sell it finished in time. That's why I'm buying it small.
As we dug deeper, sellers told us the struggle with maintaining profitability in the market. The struggle, very real. From the local markets, we had a discussion with the CEO of a 5-star contemporary Afro-fusion restaurant on this same course.
I'm here with the CEO of a contemporary restaurant in Lekki, Ram and Beer. Welcome to the show, Mr. Melvin.
Thank you so much.
So Ram and Beers.
Yes.
Now let's go back to the very beginning of your business. Walk us through the business idea, the execution. Yes.
All right. So for Ram and Beer started in 2019. Actually, yeah, that's how we started the business. And the name Ram and Beer. Okay, first of all, I looked at what do people like in general. Ram.
Yes.
We all like ram, like the layer ram, the ram meats, and all the ram suya. You know. And then I said, fine. So ram is one keyword. I kept it there. Then what the next thing that people could relate with in terms of drinks for adults? Beer.
Yeah.
people like drinking beer.
Yeah.
Right. So okay, so I said, fine, if that's the case, that's my name. Ram and Beer.
Ram and Beer, beautiful.
Yes.
So how was your startup process like?
So for the startup for us, it was quite a difficult one. I can't even lie, because that was before COVID, so we didn't really see certain things happening to us at the time. But we were able to scale through. So for us, what we did was that we started with like the usual, not like the usual per se, but for us, we had to like buy like a derica of rice, a derica of beans, half carton of turkey, half carton of chicken, just like put together. Then we bought a full ram and then kickstarted the business just like that.
A full ram?
The full ram.
Wonderful.
So we gave out a lot of free meals to friends, to families, right? To like test it and like give us a feedback. First, I was one doing everything at the time. The grilling, the cooking, everything was me at the time, before I started bringing in new hands to assist us.
And then your business blossomed.
Yes, it did actually. After 3 years online, that was in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. Online was doing so well. Our customers were now asking us, how far? We need a physical location. What's going on? So I had to like venture into that. I was very lucky enough to like get certain investors, which are my friends, that believed in the business, and they injected some good amount of money into the business. We got a space in Lekki Phase 1, a big space, paid for it like about 10 years straight at the location, and started running the business. That's how it came to life.
So you said the business, it's bloomed and blossomed as at 2022.
As at 2020, in the 2020, we already had about over 800 customers that we have serviced, all online.
Wow.
And we had about 3 dispatch bikes then, which wasn't enough at the time. So we had to partner with at that time was GoCada, yes, with them to help us facilitate our deliveries and all that, alongside with the 3 bikes that we had on ground. Before we now move to the new space.
Let's take a stroll back to 2 years, 2023.
Okay.
How has inflation affected your business?
But trust me, the inflation has hit us hard. I think it has hit everybody anyway, but for us, it's been sad because we have not been able to get those amount of customers that we usually get on a daily basis.
Yes.
So for instance, in a week, we might have like a footfall, for walking customers in the restaurant, how about let's say 200 people walking in a week, or 300 in a week walking in. Because of the inflation, it reduced drastically to like 50 people in a week.
Oh,
that was bad, because now people don't come in any longer, and I still had to pay the staff, pay the hostesses, run physical operation costs, which doesn't really care about whether people come in or not. They must be paid. Compared to when we're online, we didn't really bother. If anybody orders, fine. If anybody orders, fine. We don't really bother that much. But having a physical location whereby we're hoping that people will come, and people don't end up coming, things became really bad for us. The prices of our items now skyrocketed a whole lot. It was really, really crazy, actually.
So still on this inflation, you mentioned prices of items skyrocketing.
Yes.
But apart from prices of items skyrocketing, did you have to substitute ingredients? Did you have to change your menu? What have you done to adjust to this?
Okay, so we did not reduce our standards, first of all.
The same ingredients?
Same ingredients, same standard. But what we had to now do was we had to now increase the costs of each item. Our menu was a bit robust at the time, so we had to like streamline it to have like very few items, not so much, because we couldn't cater for a lot of items to always buy and put in our inventory. So we had to like streamline to like certain things that we know that will always move to our best sellers, so to say. So best sellers meals, bestseller grills, we had on the menu. Other one that was only selling so much, we took it out, and then focus on those ones and increase the margin up to a bit, with about 15% on each of the meals, and continue the business.
I'm looking at the aspect of now your labor force. Did you have to cut them? You had to cut down your labor force.
To be very honest, I felt sad doing that.
It's because sad.
I had to, because we couldn't continue that way. So we had about 32 staff at the time. We had to streamline to like 18. Even the 18 had to start doing like some other people's jobs. But I never touched the workforce, which is the kitchen guys, which is the chefs, the grill chefs, and the assistant. I didn't touch that department. But other areas had to streamline then increase their salaries. I made it higher than what they were receiving before, just to accommodate the fact that, okay, guys, you're going to be doing more work as usual, you know, and this is the money we're going to be paying you extra to compensate you for that extra work. The other guy has to now cut them off. So that reduced our salary base to about at 45%.
So looking at the business aspect of it now, your income, take us back to 2023. Let's compare your income from 2023 and from 2025. With increase in prices of your menu, with increase, let's still compare.
Okay, so if you're going to compare 2 years ago, 2023 and today being 2025, I would say 2 years ago, the money that we made had more value. So if we're making 20 million naira in a month, for example, is of value because you might be spending about, let's say, like 2 or 3 million naira to go and restock your item, which is fine. So this year, you may be making like 40 million, like times 2 of what you made 2 years ago. It seems more to you. But you're spending like 8 million or 10 million on restocking your items. So you see where the problem is coming from. We couldn't match up it. We couldn't match it up at all. 2 years ago, 4 million can buy your food stuff, and now 8 million, like times 2 of what you're buying. We started buying tomatoes for a bag for like 150k for a bag of fresh pepper. A bag compared to 50k. Same bag. Significant increase that affected the business drastically, but we have to keep moving because I mean we're here to serve, right? So we'll keep serving.
So a little birdie told us that your restaurant got demolished. We want you to walk us through that traumatizing, if I must say, process. What happened? What led to it?
So first of all, it's a very sad story. We never saw it coming, you know, that this would happen someday. We're running the business, we're paying our taxes, we created jobs for a lot of people, even our external contractors, we were paying them. I mean, the business was taking care of several families.
Yes, of course.
Comfortably, right? We're all dependent on the business, you know. But this now happened in February 2020, when the LASBACA, which is Lagos State Building Control Agency, came to our restaurant and partially demolished it.
Partially?
Yes. So we had a structure and an outdoor structure. The entire outdoor structure was brought down. The entire BQ, the boys' quarter where we had our staff sleep, I feed them every day, every single day, morning and night. So that makes them very comfortable, and their salary they can save and make proper use of it. Do you understand?
Yes.
So that was demolished, the kitchen was demolished, the entire front was demolished, and there was no notice of any such.
No notice.
No notice.
Suddenly.
No notice. We are coming so deal or pay a particular deal. No. All my taxes from federal to local taxes are up to date. I have my books, I have my records in my on the cloud, whereby I can actually check even right now. If you ask me to bring it out right now, I can bring it out right now. It was really, really sad for us. And that's what triggered it, was because certain neighbors have been constantly writing petitions against the business, as to say, okay, we're always making noise, car parks are always full, people are always coming there a lot and all that. But all of these things they were saying against us, most of them were not true. For the sound, for example, right, LASEPA sealed our, as Lagos State environmental protection, sealed our place. They now reopened it on the basis that we had to make sure we follow the protocols, which is no sound at night. If we must play sound at night, it must be 45 decibel, which we were doing. Then during the day, 55 decibel. We spent almost, at least for the soundproof, about 12 million for the soundproof, both inside and outside, to soundproof the entire space, to control the noise.
Yes.
We did that. So they didn't come again. Then as for the car park, we had a lot of car park. We had a good car park space. Okay. We even had like a neighbor down the road that gave us a space that I usually pay every month for car parking too.
So if you have done these, if you have taken these steps, what's really...
I can't seem to understand what exactly was the problem.
Because I still can't pinpoint.
Likewise, I wish I can pinpoint on the exact problem that we had, then I would know what to do. I can't fight the government. It's been 5 months now, 6 months. My entire daily bread, my entire source of income has been cut short. How am I surviving right now? Wearing a nice suit and spending nice. Oh, it's just good. So I really don't know what to say anymore, but I hope that maybe in their heart, some way, somehow, they will give us the opportunity to run again as a business. And I can say it clearly that if we are opportunity to run again as a business, we will do everything that it takes to ensure compliance to their terms and conditions. Yes. All my chefs are like from 45, 50-year-old, are very matured men and women with their kids. So how are they surviving? I've been paying them salary since this thing happened in February, even without us making any money in the company. Why? Because this is their only source of income. Yes. By telling them that, if this doesn't get sealed by next month, I can't continue again. Because I don't have the money to take up my own family. Talk more of paying salaries to people that are not even working. Just because of just self-pity or empathy, I'm trying to, be a nice boss, say to say, but it's affecting me too.
You're a grill chef.
Yes, I'm a grill chef.
Tell me your favorite. Just give me your favorite dish now.
Okay, so for grills, I like to grill pork ribs.
Pork ribs.
Yes, I love pork ribs. I love ram. But ram is number one.
Yes.
I'm not lie. I eat ram like every day. Ram in my soup, ram in my stew. I love ram. I can't even lie. So ram, pork ribs, lamb chops are my favorite grills. So I started grilling about 15 years ago, a long time ago actually. I started grilling. So yeah, as a grill chef, I like to explore. My favorite meal is the pork ribs and pork ribs and the ram fried rice, and also the lamb chops grilled. Okay. Yeah.
Pork ribs. Let's talk about pork ribs.
All right.
We can't have an expert and then not get tips. Because so tell us, what is one cooking mistake that people give us a game changer for pork ribs?
Okay, so for pork ribs, the game changer for ram and beer is the fact that, like I said, we have been able to reinvent every of our meals with our special. So first of all, we have special sauces that we have created by ourselves. So when customer comes to the restaurant, we can either give you the normal popular ketchup if you want to have that as a sauce, or our own special sauce that we made by ourselves.
Secret recipe.
Secret. I cannot tell you that. I cannot. I'm sorry, I can't tell you.
Okay.
But it's a secret recipe for us. And yeah, so like I said, for our pork ribs, our ram suya, what we do differently, which I tell people to go and try, is that we dip soak it and marinate it with beer.
Ram and beer.
That we call ram and beer.
So Mr. Melvin, you like games. I like games too. Everybody likes games.
Yes.
Have you heard of Kiss Kill Marry? Kiss Kill Marry, where they put celebrities and they're like Kiss Kill Marry. You've not heard. Let me introduce you to your own chef version of Kiss Kill Marry. So we're going to do what's best favorites.
What's best favorite?
Yes. Okay. You have 5 seconds to answer. What's best favorites?
Okay.
Can we start?
Of what? Okay.
Relax. Can we start?
All right, can we start?
What's best favorite? Curry, thyme, ginger. Which is your worst?
Thyme.
Thyme.
Yes.
I'm offended. I put thyme in my eggs.
Sorry.
I'm a thyme lover. Best.
Ginger.
Ginger. Favorite.
Favorite.
Curry.
Ginger should be my favorite.
Okay.
Curry should be my best, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned something earlier about buying a bag of tomato for 150. Where do you give us one secret? Where do you buy your things from?
Okay, so
the cheapest.
The cheapest. So first of all, I said pepper, not tomatoes. So a bag of
Okay.
pepper at 150.
Oh,
and
it's
where
pepper.
and where we buy most of our food products is in the north or in my 12
My 12. So my 12 is the market for cheapest food stuff. We can say that.
in Lagos.
In Lagos.
Yes.
My 12 people is the market for cheapest food stuff.
Yes.
It's been so much fun. It's been so exciting, so exhilarating having you here, Mr. Melvin.
Thank
Let's have it for my guest, Mr. Melvin. I am so happy that you came here and it's been so exciting. CEO of Ram and Beer Restaurant. I am Amanda Amos-Igwe saying stay safe, and this is BDTV.
We have listened and caught up on prices in the food industry. The big question is, what's next for the sellers and the consumers? Is there a way out soon, or will we continue to adjust like we always do? We'll bring you updates next time on Market Pulse.
Welcome to
You are watching Business Day Television.